Four people. You guys are awesome. It's pre-show time. Hopefully we won't bore the heck out of you. I'm wondering why. I don't know if you would know this. I'm wondering why in Chrome over here it tells me that I could not get connected and can't stream my meeting, except when I look at the Facebook page, I'm there. And that my connection has failed, even though I'm on. That seems an odd one to me. I mean, I think at the end of the day, this computer just isn't capable of doing what I need it to do. Sadly. Especially for the money I paid for it. Hello, sir. Uh-oh.
Yes,
Oh, there we go. How are you, sir?
I'm fine, thank you. You?
I don't know. You had me freaking out there for a second. Figured, yeah, hey, more technical problems also.
Well, I hope not.
No, it doesn't. Not so far. The day is young.
Oh yeah, there is that.
Is young and the day is young. I am in
So,
the midst of sharing around Facebook, just FYI. Folks can hear you. I am just doing my sharing bits right now.
did I take that to mean that other people can hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, they can.
And they'll hear my little chirping.
Well, when you, for now, yes, for now.
Well, I'll mute later on. Once you get into the meat of your program, I'll mute myself out.
All right, we're just in the midst. You haven't gotten that sorted out.
I haven't found it.
Yeah.
I'm serious. It's somewhere here in my living room, and I can't track it down. You can't triangulate that noise.
Front still has
Every
not
time you think it
found
comes from a certain area, it's somewhere
its
else.
chirping smoke detector. I'm just telling Kristen what she's not on the headset at the moment, so I'm relaying. No pun intended, I'm playing telephone. Yeah, he's not found the chirping smoke detector yet. It's still going. Which isn't funny when you're living with it. I'm surprised he's not lost his mind yet.
Actually, it's one of those things you get used to. I don't even hear it anymore.
Oh my.
It was like living next to Route 501 with the 18-wheelers coming over the crest of the hill at my driveway and hitting their Jake brakes. That was really annoying until it finally got to a point I never heard it again. You know, we hear it and don't hear it. You get used to it. Sounds like you have your own chirp.
It is the noise from me sharing
I see.
program. So that is just, in fact, I need to mute that. I thank you for reminding me of that. I have to mute that. Greetings, young lady. How are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. How are you doing, Jeff?
Good. We are still about 2 minutes away from being live. We usually go live about 5:01. I'm in the midst of the wonderful process, boring as sin process of sharing the program all around. So we will be there in just a moment. Goodness, one minute. There we go. Okay. Just about a minute or two-ish away.
Cool.
So welcome.
Good to be here.
You will see another phone number in the room. That is the Dean, the Professor Emeritus of Pennsylvania politics, our dear friend Franz Messerschmidt from Schuylkill County, currently formerly of Lebanon County. He dials in, and a major part of our Revolution, Pennsylvania. He dials in and listens to the program as we're doing it. But when we go live, he'll mute and then he just listens.
Gotcha.
So no worries there. Especially with his chirping dead battery and his smoke detector that he's not being able to find for 3 weeks.
At least 3
That's
weeks.
probably not great.
At least 3 weeks. It's still going. I'll tell you what, for a battery that's dying, Franz, that battery's brilliant.
That's exactly what was occurring to me.
My
If stupid
goodness.
thing's dying. Why does it keep chirping?
It doesn't seem to be stopping, does it?
It
Fantastic.
doesn't.
It is going and going and going.
Wish I had as much energy.
It's two of us, isn't it?
I wish my phone worked like that. Low battery and still lasts for another couple weeks. That'd be great.
Yeah, it would.
Okay.
Yeah, a couple of times I miss it and don't get it charged. All of a sudden, shutting down right in the middle of a conversation.
All right. We are very, very close. And here we go.
I'll mute.
All right. Thank you, sir. Here we go.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man for president who's seasoned through and through, but not so doggone seasoned that he won't try something new? A man who's old enough to know
And young enough to do.
well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
But it's Kennedy, 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 for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you want a man with spirit who is not afraid to fight?
A man whose record shows that he will fight for what is right.
A loyal man who'll bring the job a fresh new point of view? Well, it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
Cause it's Kennedy, 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 for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
And do you deny to any man the right he's guaranteed to be elected president, no matter what his creed?
It's promised in the Bill of Rights to which we must be true.
So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
And it's Kennedy, 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 for me. Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Do you like a man who answers straight, a man who's always fair?
We'll measure him against the others, and when you compare, you cast your vote for Kennedy and a change that's overdue. So it's up to you, it's up to you, it's strictly up to you.
Yes, it's Kennedy, 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 for me.
Kennedy, 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 Kennedy.
Welcome, welcome, welcome from my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Lehigh Valley, part of the Commonwealth of let me back up on that, part of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, part of these United States on this planet Earth, the only one we have. Third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system. This is the Kennedy Effect for June 27th, 2021. We welcome you back after what was yet another week's break. I have apologized to you repeatedly for the very awkward and odd schedule that we have kept the last few months. There was illness in there. There was Mother's Day, Father's Day, Memorial Day. And guess what? We're not going to be here again next week either, because it's going to be the 4th of July. And I suspect a lot of you would much rather be watching pretty cool fireworks rather than not seeing this face on the radio, and perhaps not seeing it on Facebook either if you turn away in shame and shock and horror, as I do on occasion. We welcome you. We thank you for being here. And again, we apologize that the schedule has been a bit dodgy and a bit hit and miss. We will not be with you next week for the 4th of July, and then we should have a straight solid run of being with you every single week until Labor Day. For all of you watching across the Facebook universe, shared the program to about 80 different places this week, and the announcement to nearly 100. We thank you for being there. You can stay exactly where you are right now at any of the groups that we have shared to. Stay right where you are, continue to watch and listen. However, you know the drill. You can come to our home group Facebook page, That Other Side of Information, That Other Side of Information, and join the live chat that is happening as we speak. Fancy sounds, doesn't it? Live chat sounds super fancy, doesn't it? It's just as simple as finding the post for the program on our timeline, going into the comments section, and have a go. Join the program. Complain, agree, disagree, ask questions, kick, scream, shout, send show suggestions, send guest suggestions. This is your program. You know that I say this a lot, and I've been stunned, to be honest, about how I've not gotten a lot of pushback on it. I love NPR, but NPR is a bit of a lecture, and we do not want this program to be a lecture. This is your program. Join us. Be here. You can already see, if you are watching across the Facebook universe, the phone number for the program is already on the screen. You can call straight to, well, let me introduce the guest first. Then you call. You can join us straight away. You can email us, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. Questions, comments, again, agree, disagree, show suggestions, kick, scream, whatever you want to do. You can live tweet us at That Kennedy Talk, at That Kennedy Talk, or just search twitter.com, That Other Side of Information. You will find us. We've actually gained, I guess is the right word, gained a few Twitter followers this week. We don't look so stalky anymore. It's really quite cool. We're actually almost following as many people as follow us, so we don't look so fake anymore. That's pretty cool stuff. If you miss any of today's program, you can go to our YouTube channel, which is also called That Other Side of Information. It is our library. It is our repository of all past and recorded episodes. We would be thrilled if you gave us a follow over at YouTube. You can also become a member of the Facebook page, by the way, That Other Side of Information. We're nearing 1,000. That changes the algorithm a lot. We appear a lot more places once we break that magic 4-digit number, and we hope that you will join us there. To our friends and family and sisters and brothers at hot101.net, one of the grandparents of global internet radio, welcome back to the Kennedy Effect. We are thrilled to be with you, and I know I say that every show, and I say it for one very simple reason. That is because it is true. We are humbled and proud and just very, very happy to be part of the hot101.net family. We appreciate every single one of you from all around the globe, literally our global audience. We appreciate you being here. There's something special about folks from Canada, Australia, New Zealand, places in Africa, in South America, and a couple little dots across Western Europe, listening to a program that is primarily about Pennsylvania and a little bit less primarily about United States politics, but you are here anyway, and we appreciate it very much, every single last one of you. For those of you on Facebook and those of you at hot101.net, if you were not there, we could not be here. So we appreciate every single one of you. If you do not know how to listen to hot101.net, then you just haven't been listening closely enough the past, year and a half now that we've been doing the program. It's very, very simple. The main web address for hot101.net, it's right in the name. It's hot101.net. If you have an Apple device, you can go to the Apple App Store and download the app for hot101.net. If you have an Android device, you go to the Google Store, the Google Play Store. I should probably correct myself there, the Google Play Store. And you can get the app for hot101.net there. However, if you have neither of the direct apps, you can actually reach us through the TuneIn Radio app, what I believe is the largest app for listening to radio around the globe. If you have the TuneIn Radio app, just go up to the search bar and search for hot101.net, and you can listen to us through the TuneIn Radio app. So however you are taking in Hot 101 in your cars, your laptops, your desktops, your tablets. I used to have a series of these things in my head, and I guess since I've been away for 2 weeks, the whole script has just gone out my brain. your tablets, your phones, smart speakers, streaming through the car, streaming through a smart speaker at your place of work, whatever it might be, however you take in hot101.net. Thank you very, very much for being there. Thank you very much for being there. And you can always reach me and, the show through the hot101.net Facebook. They have page and group. We are never far away. You can always reach us, and we want to hear from you. So that brings us to our guest. Only 9 minutes in. That brings us to our guest. Hey, we got a lot of business to take care of, folks. We got to get that. We got to get through that, and we need to say hi to everybody. And that brings us to our guest. If you have read the header for the program on Facebook, you will already know, it's not going to be a surprise to you what I'm about to say. And if you're listening to the radio, you will now be introduced to a very new friend to the show, and yet one that we are honored, privileged, and humbled to have here. Our guest is Mikayla Ridley. She is a Democratic candidate for the United States House of Representatives from the 22nd District in New York State. Now, for those of you who are familiar with the program, you know that the program is pretty Pennsylvania centric because I live here. And so that does sometimes tend to narrow the universe. But we're very proud to have someone here from a different state to give us a different perspective, not just on her own race, but how those issues affect her race. And I think you're going to be surprised as the conversation continues of how much is the same. How many of the same issues that are affecting us here in the Commonwealth or here in the Lehigh Valley are affecting Mikayla in her district, and actually are really quite the same all over the country. These are not unique issues. What I have no doubt in my mind that among the things that Mikayla and I will discuss tonight are affecting you in your locale. If you are in Washington State, Florida, California, Maine, Michigan, Louisiana, Alabama, or even outside the country, I think you're going to find that a lot of the issues that we're going to discuss tonight do affect you. They are happening where you live. And we look forward to a robust discussion with Mikayla. So before we go any further, let me introduce Mikayla Ridley. Mikayla, welcome to the program.
Happy to be here. Yeah, I'm looking forward to an in-depth conversation. Yeah, so.
Well, as a candidate, and when you're campaigning, you don't get to have, sadly, too many real in-depth conversations. It's quick.
Really, it's a lot of 2 or 3 minute kind of cookie cutter spiels. I'm very much looking forward to this, to being able to dive a little bit deeper, to have a little bit of a longer conversation.
Well, let me ask you what has become kind of our traditional opening question here on the program. It is deliberately general, because I want to give you as much freedom to answer it as you feel fit. So let me just ask you, who is Mikayla Ridley and how did you get here?
Yeah, so my name is Mikayla Ridley. I am a public service worker. I've spent my entire career really working in the education and nonprofit sector, and I've really just dedicated my career to service. That's really a big part of what got me on this path to ultimately running for Congress. When I graduated from college with a huge amount of student debt because of largely our deeply broken education system that needs a lot of reform. But in my mind at the time, I really had this notion that it was my choices, that it was something that I had done wrong, something that I hadn't understood about the system. So I decided to go work for a nonprofit and help other students apply to college. I really had this mindset of, I can help other people avoid this same problem. I can help other people make a smarter decision than I did. And really what I found while working there was so many of these problems that I kind of thought were specific to me, or that I thought were kind of my own doing, very much weren't. I ran into pretty much nothing but students that were trying to figure out how to apply to and go to college. And it wasn't that they were being given a good option and a bad option, and I had to help them pick the good option. They were being given a series of bad financial options, nothing that they could afford, just things that they could not afford at varying degrees. And I really just understood the the depth of the systemic problem on such a higher level after that experience. And I decided to get a little bit more of an insight on the problem. I decided to switch over to the other side of the desk. Currently, I work as an admissions counselor. So I help students apply to college, and I'm the one that's actually reading their applications and kind of trying to help from that side. But really throughout my entire career, I've just become more and more aware of these systemic problems in our country, whether it's problems with education funding, whether it's our healthcare, and the fact that I frequently am more worried about the bill than I am about the test results when I'm going to the doctor. And that's just a ridiculous problem to have. And I've just been realizing over the last couple of years that there are these massive problems that, while there's so much good that can be done at the local level, it's so important to do those micro fixes. So many of those really can't be done properly until you solve the systemic problems. So many of those problems can't be solved until you take that macro approach. And Congress is currently not doing that. So that really motivated me to run for Congress. I think we need more people in Congress who genuinely understand what it is like to be an average American citizen. I think so many of the people in Congress kind of think about day-to-day problems as these hypothetical issues that other people have, and that it changes the way that you talk about and the way that you legislate on the issues when you think about it as something that other people deal with. And I think we need more people in Congress who don't think about it that way, who understand exactly what it's like to be buried by student debt, to put off going to the doctor because you're worried that you can't afford it. Like there's just so many things that need to be dealt with, and we need people who understand the gravity of the situation. So that ultimately led me to the desire to run for Congress. And we launched our campaign just about 2 months ago. Been going very well so far, but definitely we've got still about a year leading up to the primaries. So very interesting to see how things are going to play out over the next several months.
Tell me, let's see, I will, unlike what I normally do, I will try to do this in some sort of coherent staging of events here. Tell me a bit about the 22nd district. I looked up your district. It is at a minimum uniquely shaped. It runs from the Pennsylvania state border. Mm-hmm. And it's kind of a backward question mark, so to speak. If that makes sense, it might be a bit of a stretch, but it's to try to get.
It kind of curves around Syracuse that way.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. You are kind of conveniently denied Syracuse and Ithaca, but you do have Utica, and you go, if I'm correct, and please correct me if I make anything wrong. And so you go from the PA state border in this sort of backward question mark shaped thing all the way to the shores of Lake Ontario. My goodness, how long would it take to drive from one end of the district to the next?
It doesn't actually take probably as long as you would think. I have never directly driven from one edge to the other, so I don't know exactly what Google Maps would tell me.
Not yet.
I'm going to be doing it many, many times. But yeah, I would say probably about 3 to 4 hours, probably from the further southwest corner to the furthest northeast corner. But again, I would need to look at exactly the map route that would get me from one corner to the other.
Is it your belief that your district is drawn that way intentionally?
I think so. I mean, just in the fact that every district is drawn that way intentionally. Every district is so heavily gerrymandered. And I think our district is certainly interesting because it is so heavily split politically speaking. It is, in the last several elections, like this most recent election in 2020, our current congresswoman won with 48.8% of the vote. Another candidate, our previous congressman, had again 48.8% of the vote. I mean, it was a razor thin margin. I think it ended up being a difference of 106 votes between the two. So it's just an incredibly split district, and it does in a large way divide upstate New York. You kind of, in downstate New York, not surprisingly, you have a pretty heavily blue set of districts, and the New York 22 district definitely divides kind of the more red on the western side of the state from the bluer on the east and southern side of the state. So it's by far the most split district in New York. I would argue it's the most split district in the country, at least as the lines currently stand. So it's definitely a very interesting district to campaign in and to talk to voters and kind of all different sides of the political debate in the district.
So not to oversimplify it, as my simple brain wants to do on occasion, but you are in a properly, so despite the odd shape of it, it is a pretty fairly drawn district.
In a way, yeah. I mean, it's the challenge with gerrymandering is what exactly is fair. I mean, technically, you could draw the district.
Well, I suppose if it's that purple, then it's not as rigged as some.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, being here in the Commonwealth, we had folks had to go to the courts to try to balance out the congressional districts here, and the legislative districts.
And New York did the same. This was and that would indicate that it's a little bit more fair because this was the district we ended up with after we proposed our original districts after the 2010 census, and the court said no, that's way too gerrymandered. So this is the better version, in fairness.
What do you? I'm already going out of order. What do you think? What do you think is going to happen to your district in redistricting? Not just New York State, not just the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but all of the country is going to be reapportioned and redistricted, both on a congressional level and their state legislatures. We are losing a congressional seat here in the Commonwealth. I believe when we talked, you are losing a seat in New York State, if I'm not mistaken. New York is also losing. Your district will, at least in theory, get bigger geographically. What does your insight, what does your campaign work thus far? What is all of your experience telling you about what might be happening to the 22nd?
So it is definitely very hard to tell for sure, especially because we don't have the full data from the Census Bureau yet. At the moment, we just know that we're losing a district. We don't exactly know how population numbers have shifted, but everything that I've seen really indicates the 22nd district being the one that really gets split up, and all its different parts go into making the surrounding districts a little bit bigger. Because New York 22 is kind of the center of upstate New York. So there are corners, the North Country and the western side of the state are kind of corners that in order for them to get bigger, they have to expand into the center. So it would kind of make sense that that we as the center district are the one that kind of gets pulled apart. So currently the two major cities in the district are Binghamton and Utica, and most signs point to us being in separate districts by the 2022, once we switch districts around in 2022. Most sides point to that being split up. Not really sure in which direction we'll end up going. Like the Endicott is interesting because Endicott is the specific part of the district that I'm from, and we in the past have really gone all the way to the west of the state. We've stretched into downstate New York. We've gone up into Ithaca. We've kind of gone in any direction. So it's hard to say for sure, but when I kind of just look at the pieces of the puzzle, it seems like if you got to make the districts bigger, the corners have to get bigger, and there's only so many directions they can go to do that. So that's sort of my reasoning behind it.
Do you expect that there will be a district left for you to run for?
So, I mean, there will definitely, I will be in a district. What the really up in the air part is whether that district will be heavily red, heavily blue, or again, deeply purple. And my campaign team and I have really talked it over quite a bit. It was something that we talked about before I even decided to announce candidacy, was obviously we don't know what the district lines are going to do. And many politicians, because of that, are waiting until they see the district lines to figure out whether or not they're electable in their district. And I really, and my campaign team as well, just took a different approach to that and really said, our platform is going to be beneficial to 99% of the population. So whatever the district lines shake out to, it is possible to convince people that our platform is the one that will be most beneficial to them. It'll be harder in certain districts than others, but there's really no district where our platform wouldn't serve the people. So it really just comes down to where it'd be easier or harder to win, but it would be worth it to run no matter what. But at the moment, signs point to either being, again, in a very split district or in a slightly bluer district, but it's really hard to say at this point.
We are facing the very, very real prospect of having two sitting incumbents will be forced to run against each other.
Yes.
And the Commonwealth is redistricted. Is there a possibility? Well, it will happen in New York State as well. Is your area one of those possible areas where that may take place?
It's possible. From what we're looking at, it's unlikely. Again, nobody really knows at this point, but one of the more likely scenarios we've seen is that the district that has two incumbents would be North Country, that North Country would absorb at least parts of, if not all of, Utica, and would absorb our current representative in this district is Claudia Tenney, and there's a strong possibility that she could be absorbed into the North Country district and run against the other Republican, Elise Stefanik, who is currently the rep in that district, and that the others would have either one incumbent, or there's also a possibility of running in a district that has no incumbent. That's also a possibility, just given where the incumbents are actually within their districts and how incredibly spread out upstate New York is. There's a possibility of running in a district without an incumbent.
And how are districts redrawn in New York State?
In New York State, we use a commission, which at least we are trying out for the first time. We're doing it differently than what we did last time, but it is a commission of, I believe, 10 people. It is designed to be bipartisan. Like, technically speaking, it's designed to be without any political bias. That's not really possible to achieve. But theoretically, that is the concept of this commission, is that it is a balance of different political parties and independents, and that ultimately they would decide on districts without worrying so much about political advantage. We'll see how that goes. I have my doubts about how well that will work, just because everybody has a political bias, and there's also no clear-cut way to draw a district. Like, there's no, oh, we should just use a grid or something, because that's not how people live. There's no universally agreed upon like consensus of how they should be drawn. So it seems like we're going for bipartisan or just non-partisan redistricting, but I'm curious to see how well that actually plays out.
In the Commonwealth, our districts are redrawn by the legislature.
We used to do it that way.
Dominated by, I would say, Republicans, if they still resemble that in any way, shape, or form. They do not. I suspect they will, and they have said publicly that their goal is to draw out every elected Democrat in the Commonwealth to the best of their ability. I suspect our Democratic governor will veto that, and then it will end up in the courts. I understand that you just said that you're curious as to how this is going to play out. Are you optimistic?
I'm not worried at the moment. I'd say I'm pretty neutral at the moment, because there's the commission, which at least is designed to be bipartisan or to be nonpartisan, and the New York legislature is Democratic, which admittedly, I'm not in favor of Democrats gerrymandering either. I hope they don't do that either. That's really not better. But I would like to believe that together will minimize gerrymandering, because ultimately there's the commission and then the legislature will have to approve it. But I'm hoping that the ultimate result is going to be pretty fair, especially because we saw what happened last time when we tried to propose one that was heavily gerrymandered, and we went to court and we weren't able to switch districts for another cycle. And it didn't work very well. So I would hope that we have learned from that mistake and are going to propose districts that will work well from the start. So I'm neutral at this point. I'm not worried, but I also don't think it's going to be a perfect system, partially because I'm not entirely sure what a perfect district system would look like. Any system that's subject to gerrymandering is a little bit frustrating, but to say
Well, you mentioned a grid. I mean, we actually do have, there are districting rules here in Commonwealth. The Republicans have decided they're not convenient, so they won't pay attention to any of them, and don't benefit them enough. So, you know, the heck with those. Although I'm just a wild guess that they would be among the first kicking and screaming should they, if Democrats were in charge, that they'd be kicking and screaming about gerrymandering. We are, however, there are guidelines in place to try to closely, or as closely as possible, use the existing county boundaries. It would seem to me that that at least is the closest thing to a straight grid that you might ever really get. The counties obviously are not formed by grids. They're formed by usually natural land barriers going back to the founding of the country, or the settling of the country, I should say. It would seem to me that a grid just might be about the most, you know, and then sort of push them one way or another to make sure that you balance out the populations. But boy, that just seems eminently fair, and therefore we never see such a thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting when you think about how to draw districts, because the idea behind districts is they all are supposed to be the same size, and they're not supposed to be playing political favorites, but also that doesn't necessarily mean that every district in the state should be divvied up so that it's 50-50. If there is a heavily blue area, it's okay for that district to be blue. If there's a heavily red area, it's okay for that district to be red. And people live in very much not grid-like forms. That's just not how cities. So it is very to figure out what would be a fair system. And I would say New York did a very similar thing, and our current districts, when you look at them, do for the most part follow county lines. Sometimes that's not entirely possible, because sometimes, like in downtown in Manhattan, it's so densely populated you couldn't just follow county lines. But upstate New York, for the most part, it does, or at least counties are only separated into 2 districts. Like there aren't really counties that are pulled apart into 6 districts or something like that. So I'm hoping, and I would imagine that that same philosophy would apply this time, to as much as possible keep counties together, because as you said, that kind of makes the most sense. That's at least, that kind of sections out the state already, and it makes sense to keep those sections together.
And quick geeky note before we reset the program at the bottom of the hour, the city of New York is actually not just made up of 5 boroughs, but 5 counties.
Yes. Yeah. The boroughs are
little geek note right there, a little geeking out there, a little geography there. Manhattan is its own county, but not called Manhattan County, I don't think. Staten Island is actually Richmond.
It's New York County. Manhattan is New York County.
Staten Island is Richmond County. Brooklyn is Kings County. Queens, I think, is still Queens County. And the Bronx has a name too, and I'm not remembering.
Might be Bronx County.
Is it Bronx County? I thought I had a different name.
With one of our research leads, like
yesterday,
and now I can't remember.
I'm geeking out. I'm geographically geeking out here a little, why not? 5:34 Eastern time here from my humble second bedroom here in the Saucon Valley, part of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, on planet Earth, third rock from the sun in the Terran solar system, the only planet that we have. And I'm sure Mikayla and I will be talking about taking care of this little rock of ours as the program goes on. This is the Kennedy Effect for the 27th of June 2021. We are already more than halfway through the year, if you can believe it. But life slowly returns to normal. We have been out to dinner. The Saucon Democrats met this morning, had a wonderful in-person meeting, we were all safe and vaccinated, so we could do such a thing. And we continue here at this program to encourage all of you, if you have not yet, by goodness, please go get vaccinated. The two positions simply are irreconcilable. You cannot be anti-mask and open everything up and let's get back to normal and then not get vaccinated. The two things simply do not go together. I assure you, before I was vaccinated, I looked exactly this bad. I have not grown a third arm, fourth arm, eighth arm. I've not grown hat. I'm not wearing a hat because I've grown horns out of my head. I've not changed genders. Whether I'm microchipped or not, we're all being tracked anyway, kids. Next time you have a look at Alexa. So please, all kidding aside, please go get vaccinated. Wherever you might be watching across the Facebook universe, please come to our home group Facebook page. That other side of information, that is where you can ask questions, enter comments, fight, kick, scream, argue, agree, disagree, all of it, and I will see it. Wherever you are watching currently on Facebook, if you are not at our home group Facebook page, that other side of information, that's awesome. Stay right there. Enjoy. Sit back, listen, learn, and enjoy. I simply won't see you if you enter any comments on any of the other places where we share the show. And we are grateful, very, very grateful for every single group, individual page, everyone that shares the program. The more people we reach, the more life there is to the program. So thank you for that. But if you want to join us, home group Facebook page, that other side of information. Sisters and brothers at hot101.net, thank you as always for allowing us to be part of your Sunday evening. You can call the program. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189. And if you are listening through one of the Apple app or the Android app, you will see some telemetry running across your screen that shows the name of the program and also gives you the phone number, and you can call us and be part of the program. Mikayla Ridley is our guest. She is a Democratic nominee. Well, not nominee yet. See, I jumped you ahead. You happy? We skipped the whole process. There we go.
I just skip ahead of here. And
if it was only that simple. Democratic candidate for the United States House of Representatives from the 22nd, or at least currently, the 22nd District of New York. Mikayla, how old are you?
I am 27 years. I had to think about that for just a second. I am 27 years old. So if I am elected next year, I would be the youngest woman ever elected to the House of Representatives, assuming that it is not the same situation as Abby Finkenauer, but assuming that nobody else was elected in that same year. I would be the youngest woman ever elected to the US Congress.
When you are running for your particular office or any office, a candidate has to decide how they are going to run. And I don't mean the basics of campaigning like mailers and flyers and knocking doors and phone calls and perhaps billboards, radio ads, TV ads, but you have to decide who you are going to be. Are you going to be you? Are you going to be this polished sort of candidate type person? Are you going to take some of your issues that you are absolutely on fire about and kind of stick them in your back pocket because they might irritate someone else? Do we please everybody, or do we burst out of the gates and just saying, you know what, screw it, this is who I am? How are you running?
I would say I'm somewhere in the middle of those two. I am not trying to please everybody, however much I'd like to, however much that's a nice pipe dream. That's just not a thing. I mean, I think a lot of politicians convince themselves that they're doing that by marketing themselves as being a moderate, as if somehow being in the middle pleases everybody. It just means that you're pleasing the people that are closest to the middle and making the people on both sides angry. So never fully understood that. But I definitely, I don't try and frame myself as a politician. I don't try and put up a facade, at least any more than I think everybody, like when you're meeting a new person, you kind of try and make yourself just a little slightly bit more presentable, but I don't want to be a stereotypical politician. I specifically decided to run for Congress because I don't like what we're seeing in Congress. I don't like that so much of Congress is pretty much entirely lawyers and CEOs and businessmen and incredibly wealthy people in designer suits that really have never experienced the problems of average everyday Americans. So I definitely think about
former lobbyists. Let's not forget former lobbyists.
Oh yes, and
or former and once former and probably future lobbyists.
Yeah, yeah. But I definitely I do kind of think about my tone and the way that my message is going to work for the people in my district. But I think the most important thing to me is I will happily change my tone and messaging depending on the group I'm talking to. I will not change my principles or my policies. And I think that's the thing that politicians do that irritates me so much, is they genuinely change their stance on the issues depending on who they're talking to or what their district lines look like, with the intent of trying to please everybody. And that's just not a thing. And we've seen it happen. I feel like Democrats do that especially much. I mean, all politicians kind of do that, but I feel like Democrats have really taken the stance of, we're going to try and be the party that pleases everybody on both sides of the aisle, and we're going to make being a moderate this huge thing that everybody wants, and it's not working. It's amazing to me that we keep on trying this strategy that's just not working.
I'm wondering if I can break down a little bit what it is that you're explaining. When you say that you or any candidate has multiple messages, the example I would kind of use is that I'm probably not going to the seniors center to talk about student debt. I'm probably not going to an inner city to talk about farm policy, or to a rural farm area to talk about manufacturing. Is that essentially what you're getting at? Without putting words in your mouth, is that essentially what you're getting at?
Kind of. I mean, I do think depending on the audience, I would know kind of what are the most important issues to talk to that audience about. But even that would be kind of tweaking things a little bit more than I would like to, because if I were talking to a senior center about student debt and things like that, some of them still have student debt.
So, very true. I mean, very true.
Yeah, because of our education system. But even if I were talking to
lack of system,
but even if I were talking to a group that I knew none of them in the audience had student debt, it's not that I wouldn't address that issue. It's that I would address it differently. I would know, okay, so you're coming at this from the perspective of, why would the government spend money on this thing that doesn't affect me? So that's the lens that I'm going to talk about it through. I'm not going to change my policy or what I think we should do about it, but I'm also not going to frame the conversation around it's the right thing to do, or this is what we all want, or don't, like, everybody relates to me in this struggle. Like, I know if I'm talking to an audience that does not have that experience, I have to change the way that I talk about it. So if I were talking to an audience that had no student debt, or at least that I had a pretty good guess, I wouldn't change the fact that I want to forgive student debt, that I want the government to pay to get people out of debt. I would just not frame it from, this is what people with student debt need. I would frame it from the perspective of, this is what it can do for you as a person who has no student debt. This is why it will still help you and still improve our overall economy, even though it doesn't feel like it's directly helping you. It still does. Let's still talk about it. Here's why it would still work. So that's more what I mean by messaging, is more so the tone and the perspective of, I think Democrats oftentimes come at things from a perspective of, this is what I believe because I'm smart and a good person, and if you don't believe me, it's because you're either stupid or a bad person. And surprisingly enough, that strategy doesn't work very well.
Yeah.
People aren't very
calling people stupid, generally not the best thing.
Not particularly, no. So I mean, that's more what I mean, is I don't think it's helping anybody to put sides on the issue and to say this is the right thing to do, and everybody that disagrees is just heartless. Like,
but that's
not working.
But that can be a bit of a catch-22 in and of itself, because someone who approaches you
Mhm.
out on the trail, or perhaps they want to speak to you after, a speaking engagement or something like that, and they approach you to discuss an issue, regardless perhaps of what that issue might be, but either from the tone, the vocal inflection, or the presumption of the comment coming at you, that they are just properly misinformed. Not necessarily dumb or stupid, but
Right.
just properly misinformed.
Yeah, they're
You've
watching the
listened,
news and they're listening to the
right?
kind
Whether it's a
of-
brainwashing thing or just I only listen to Tucker Carlson, and damn it, the only type of tie on earth is a bow tie. How have you currently dealt with such things? Because I think when most folks around the country, or even around the world, hear New York, they think Manhattan,
very much.
but clearly are not in Manhattan. So you have Trump voters there. You
Yeah.
have folks who are diehard self-identified, because there's not many real ones, self-identified Republicans. They may not be Trumpers, but they are conservative, and they identify proudly as Republicans. How do you deal with that? It should not be straddling the line, but it kind of is on occasion, straddling the line between, no, ma'am or sir, never would I call you stupid, but you are properly misinformed.
Yeah, it is a hard line to deal with for sure when you're talking to somebody who I try and frame it from the perspective of, I understand how you came to that conclusion based on the information that you were provided with. So if I had heard that information, the conclusion that you have come to is logical. Let's talk about that information that you were originally presented with. And I think the other way that I tend to approach it is, okay, you have concerns about my policies. You think that a policy of mine is too far left or too radical or too expensive or something. Tell me why. Tell me what your concerns are. Let me see if I can address those. So I think the biggest thing for me is trying to give them the ability to talk first, so that I'm not making assumptions about where they're coming from or what their mindset is, that I'm really trying to figure out what they are saying, what they are concerned about, and why they have come to a conclusion about the vaccines being unsafe or something like that. A lot of people, they come to that conclusion because they saw a post about the vaccine not being tested on animals. And I would say, okay, well, actually, it has been tested on animals. The difference is it was tested simultaneously as opposed to being tested one after the other, because they were trying to save time. But mRNA vaccines have been studied for years before this. There was a reason why it felt safe to do these things simultaneously as opposed to one after the other, in order to get the vaccine out faster. And I don't think that alone is going to win anybody over. I mean, I think the challenge with things like conspiracy theories about the vaccine or about any part of our system is you don't always get there because of logic or because of data or because of facts. So using facts to get you out of that does not always work. So I think there's definitely a level of, I know that there's a portion of the population that maybe can be convinced, but I can't convince them. I'm not the one that's going to be able to do that, because they're coming into the conversation believing that I think they're wrong and I'm just trying to change their mind. So a big part of it for me also has to do with talking to people that are more moderate or more left, and really reframing, how can you make this argument? If you're talking to somebody who is close to you, a family member, a friend, somebody who would believe it if it came out of your mouth, how can you make this argument more effectively? So that's a big part of my approach as well, is I know that there are things where no matter what I say, I'm just not the person that's going to win somebody over, but somebody can. So a big part of my policy is, how do we make better arguments here? If we want to actually get these policies passed, we have to be able to convince people that it's the best decision. That's democracy. We can't just plow through and do it because we know it's the right decision. We have to get people on our side. So how do we do that?
How does someone 27 become a New Deal Democrat in the first place? You've grown up in a country, speaking of premise of the question, here's mine. You've grown up in a country that only knows that you grow up in a purely post-Reagan era, austerity, massive tax cuts for the rich, putting that tax burden on all the rest of us, the dismantling, not just even the privatization, but the literal dismantling of government. Our economy has been shipped to China and various other places, and you, at your age, you you don't know. You've not lived in a New Deal country.
Right.
How do you arrive at the political philosophy that you hold?
I mean, I would say there's a lot of different factors, but the biggest one to me is.
I mean, I'm thrilled that you have.
Yeah.
It's easy. It's easy to just stick with what you know when you know better.
Yeah.
If you're a what's left of the middle class, and if you've been fortunate enough to grow up middle class and you've done so post 1980, you literally do not know a government that has supported you in any deep, effective type way. You've grown up in a country, well, of course you can't go to college if you can't afford it. It's just the way it is, except that it's not been. And well, yeah, that's true. I did break that leg and the bone's sticking out through the skin, but then again, I can't go to a doctor. So suck it up, kiddo. Pull your bootstraps up. Maybe tie the bone back together with those bootstraps. But if it's all that you've known, and not you specifically, but I mean you collectively, anyone, I would say, well, specific, obviously 40 years and younger, but maybe even a tad before that, maybe 45, you've known no different. It would be so that when someone like you says, but we can have higher education for free, we can, because we've done it. And it's an extension of public education, especially in the community and public colleges. We can do it free because we used to. I mean, how do you arrive at the positions that I'm kind of dragging off on an angle here, but I mean, how did you get to these positions? Was it historical study, or was it the way it happened to yourself? Or just say, you know what, here's my payment book for my freaking student loan. There's got to be a better way than this.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a combination of many things. History is a huge one. Understanding things like the fact that my mom paid her way through college. I mean, it was still a bit expensive, but my mom got a job and managed to support herself and pay for tuition and paid her way through college. That was a thing that was possible at one point. And I feel like I just said it's about history, and then I said my mom, which made my mom sound a lot older than she is. My mom is not considered a historical figure, but I'm also
but at the risk of forgive me here, host's preference, I'm going to jump in. But even Elizabeth Warren tells the story of when she went to community college. She paid money.
Yeah, it
wasn't 100% free, but then again, she paid about I think it's $50 a semester.
Yeah.
Now, even in inflation adjusted dollars, it's certainly not 10,000, 25,000, 50,000, or coming out of a 4-year school with quite literally hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. She had some skin in the game.
Yeah.
We think of $50 like, sweet, I'll drop that right out of my pocket now and go to college. It was a lot of money at that point, but even inflation adjusted, it certainly isn't the gobs of money that we're talking about. So I know we'll get into student debt, and maybe God's trying to tell me this is when we're getting into student debt, because we seem to be hammering this a bit, but I'm just trying to establish for the folks listening, there's a large section of folks your age who do understand there's a better way. They've either done the historical study, or they've just in their own life experience have said there's got to be a better way than what the hell's happening right now. But there's a sizable group that says, but it's always been like this. What do you mean we can have free college? What do you mean I can always go to a doctor when I need one and not just when I can afford it? What do you mean that the air, you could scoop a glass of water out of a stream and drink it? What are you talking about? Do you understand kind of what I'm trying to, maybe I'm not saying it well, but do you understand what I'm getting at?
I do, yeah. And I mean, the history piece is certainly like thinking about like the fact that you used to be able to provide for your family on a minimum wage job. You used to be able to have a minimum wage job, and that was enough to support your family with your one single income. And that's not a thing anymore. And yeah, for people in my generation to, sometimes you do have to look kind of backwards to see when was the last time America did this. But I think the other part of it, and I think this probably is more so what's convincing to people in my generation, is look at right now, today, other countries are doing this.
Oh,
other countries have healthcare.
Thank
other
God.
countries.
Thank God you said that. Isn't that a result of our interconnected world? Look at the way you and I are having a discussion right now. This was unfathomable to me, other than as a, a science fiction geek when I was, well, I'm still a science fiction geek. Let me just be clear about that. I say that unabashedly. But watching Star Trek and watching people talk over video screens, we could do such things. Is the interconnected, at the risk of asking you yet another set of questions that I didn't allow you to answer the other ones, but is this interconnected world that you and I are experiencing right at this moment? We're talking to each other on a video stream. This video stream is going to about 100 different places on Facebook, and the audio is literally being bounced around the planet. Does that interconnection, does that familiarity with technology allow folks of your generation, and it might sound like the get off my lawn guy here, sounding quite, you could be, I am old enough, you could be.
I call my mother a historical figure, so
you could be my daughter. I'm old enough. I'm just saying, does it give your generation the ability to just type a few keystrokes and say, you know what, Europe isn't doing this.
Yeah.
Scandinavia especially is not doing this. Eastern European countries aren't doing it. India's not doing this. China's not doing this. Japan's not doing. We're the only ones doing this. There has to be a better way.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's social media has some negative effects for sure. But that is one of the huge positive ones, is it doesn't work to just tell people it's always been this way, there's no better way, we have to do it this way, this is the best you're going to get. That doesn't work.
Right.
When you can see that that's not true. When you can go on the internet and in a couple of clicks you can go, but every other wealthy country on the planet has healthcare. Every other country, this is just built in. If you're sick, you just go to the doctor, and the fact that you are there means you get healthcare. Like it's not hard. It's really not a hard concept. If every other wealthy country on the planet has figured this out, you would think the United States would be able to get there. And I think that interconnectedness, as you said, is definitely very helpful to kind of allow people to get past that kind of the brainwashing idea of it's never been better than this. Trying to convince people that they can't have anything better is hard to do when we have access to the rest of the world and know that we can. And I think it's also, that also has affected the way that my generation especially views social issues, because I think previous generations really grew up in a world where if it wasn't happening in your neighborhood, if it wasn't on the news for the moment that you happen to be watching the news, if it wasn't happening in pretty direct proximity to you, you didn't really think much about it. And social media means we can't do that anymore. We know what's happening around the world. We know what's happening in other communities and in other cultures, and we can't just say, well, we still do that a little bit. We're still plenty self-centered at times, but it's made it harder. It's made it harder to do that, and it's required us to be more fair and just, and to do more things that help the greater community, because we can't just say we didn't know that's happening.
Is it your belief, and perhaps you're finding this on the campaign trail, I don't know, is it your belief that your generation has not only learned through whatever experience, whether it's historical study or just reading news on the internet, that not only can we do better, but that we literally can do better, but that simply, and it is actually this simple, the powers that be have disallowed it. they've stopped it from being better.
Mhm.
So we simply need the willingness. Do you find that sentiment?
I would say yes. I mean, I that's what I feel in my generation is the generation that's finally getting fed up, that's finally just going, I don't believe you. It doesn't, when you say that we can't afford this, when you say that that won't work, that it works for everybody else, but it somehow won't work here, that just doesn't sound right to me. That just
The Trump Republican tax cut of 2017 was $2.2 trillion.
Mhm.
The entirety of the student debt crisis is currently in the $1.75 trillion range. So instead of giving $2.2 trillion to the top 1% and the largest corporations, we could have, with the stroke of a pen, written off student loan debt. It seems to me that that's a very simple fact, and it is a fact. It seems to me that that's a very simple fact, a very easy to conceive fact that your generation has learned and said, now hang on a sec. Wait, what?
Yeah, like I learned that.
You did what?
Makes sense.
Right. You
Yeah.
did what? You know, the Kochs got quite literally a $5.5 billion tax cut, and I'm still stuck with my $100,000 in loans. Wait, what?
Yeah.
Am I off?
Yeah, I think Republicans in general, and when I say Republicans, I'm referring very much to the Republicans in Congress. I think there's plenty of Republicans that are voting for Republicans that might have any number of different beliefs, but Republicans in Congress are very actively trying to convince people that something won't work for them when it will. So with things like student debt, like it's always very funny to me when Republicans in Congress will talk about, like, they didn't want to do the payments to people, the survival checks to people during COVID. And one of their arguments was, we can't give people money, they'll just use it to pay down debt. They know that paying down debt doesn't help the economy. They know that, like, they're giving away the cane. They know that what doesn't help the economy, that me spending $800 a month paying back Sally Mae is not helping anybody except for a couple of executives.
Thanks.
Sally Mae.
Right.
They know that it is good for the economy to pay off, to forgive student loans, but they don't want to, because that 1% of people is who they work for.
6:02 Eastern Time here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. This is the Kennedy Effect for June 27th, 2021. We are very, very happy to be back with you live yet again. We took last week off for Father's Day. Surprise, surprise. We will take next week off for the 4th of July. You very much want to be barbecuing and watching fireworks, and you sure as heck don't want to see this face droning on at you. So we will not be with you next week. However, starting July 11th, when I look at the calendar, I see pretty much a straight run of shows every single Sunday evening until Labor Day weekend. So we will be looking for you then. Just a little program note. We will not be with you next week. Enjoy Independence Day, especially if you are vaccinated. You have an extra sense of independence this year. Enjoy it. Enjoy whatever fireworks, whatever seeing family. If you go to what we call the shore around here, head to the shore, head to the beaches, head to the parks, or if you just decide to stay home and sleep and recover and get yourself ready for work, whatever it is that you do on a 4th of July weekend, please enjoy it. We will not be with you then, but we will return on July 11. And I think if you happen to see snow, by the way, it's because I already have a guest for the 11th, and I never book that far ahead. So maybe the tides are changing, so to speak. So wherever you might be across the Facebook universe, stay right where you are. If you're watching, listening in the background as you prepare dinner or whatever it might be on this Sunday evening, or wherever you might be around the world, stay right there. Enjoy, stay with us, enjoy the program. However, if you would like to join the chat and comments, pretty light and quiet chat comment section happening right now. Our home group Facebook page is That Other Side of Information. You can come right there. You will see this video stream in the timeline as a post, expand it, get into the comments, and talk to us or talk with us. Agree, ask questions, kick and scream and disagree, and tell me what a fascist and communist I am. Those are opposite things, but I've been called both in the same sentence. Do so. Join us. Be part of the program. NPR is a lovely service, but they tend to lecture. We do not want to be a lecture. This is an interactive program, but that means we need you to, by definition, interact with us. You can call us. The phone line is open. Area code 267. I just gave away my age because I referred to it as an area code. So take that, smart people. 267 227 9189, 267 227 9189. You can join the program. You can speak with us, ask questions of Mikayla. You can, again, yell, kick, scream, agree, disagree with me, whatever you wish. The phone line is open. You can call. It won't hurt a bit. I promise. Before these phones, I just gave away my cheeky comment there. Before these devices did all of the fancy things that they now do, they were phones. You punched numbers on them and spoke to people. It was an amazing piece of technology when they were invented. So pick it up and call us right now, 267-227-9189, to our sisters and brothers and friends and family at hot101.net. Thank you for allowing us to be part of your Sunday evening, or whatever. Actually, if it's Monday, wherever you are around the planet, in certain places in the planet, thank you for allowing us to be part of your day yet again. If you do not know how to listen to hot101.net, the name is the web address. It's hot101.net. We'll take you to the main website and you can listen there. You can also see this schedule of all of the DJs throughout the week and for our program on the weekends. You can use the Apple App Store to find the hot101.net app, the Google Play Store if you have an Android device, or if you already have the TuneIn Radio app, just go to the search bar and search for hot101.net. And we are there. Hot101.net runs 24/7, 365 with excellent, truly talented DJs that play all week long, and the music never stops there except for when I start prattling on from 5 p.m. on a Sunday. So thank you for being part of the hot101.net family. We are thrilled to be part of that family, and we hope you are enjoying the program. You can email us, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com. If you missed any of the program, youtube.com/thatothersideofinformation. Instagram is also That Other Side of Information. I'm using my cheat sheet. I'm looking over at my cheat sheet. TikTok is That Other Side of Information. I forgot a TikTok promo. TikTok. I forgot. Yeah, now he's aging himself. I forgot a TikTok promo again this week. Oh, goodness. Something about me and TikTok, man. I'll tell you what. I was so against joining it, and I finally did, and now I just don't use it. What I'm doing with that. So Twitter @ThatKennedyTalk or twitter.com, That Other Side of Information. You will find us. You can live tweet us right now as the program is going on. There is no shortage of ways for you to be a part of the program. If you're too shy to call, send us a comment on Facebook, send us a tweet, send us an email. If you are bold enough to call, the phone line's there for you, 267-227-9189. We continue with our guest, Mikayla Ridley, Democratic candidate for the United States House of Representatives from New York State's 22nd District. You are a first-time candidate. You've never run for anything before, and you don't do shy, do you, Mikayla? You have jumped straight into the deep end of the pool. I'm running for Congress. Why Congress?
Yeah, so that was something that was on my mind a lot when I was considering running for office. So, I've talked about realizing the breadth of systemic problems throughout my career and kind of thinking, okay, we need a macro solution. So I think a lot of it came down to, I knew that Congress at the federal level was where the solutions really needed to start. I knew that was where I wanted to end up. And I think a lot of politicians do try to, move up through their local and state government. And to me, it felt disingenuous to do that because local and state government is so incredibly important. And a lot of people see it as just this stepping stone on their political career to get them to Congress. And that's not what it should be. There should absolutely be people who spend their career in local and state government because those are the problems that they are the most passionate about. Those are the things that they want to fix the most. And for me, it was an understanding of the issues that I'm most passionate about, the things that I most want to address need to be addressed at the federal level. And again, we need more people in Congress who actually represent their district. Congress has become so out of touch with the actual citizens, and we need people who are going into the Congress or are going to Congress really as their first time in politics. When we have a Congress that is exclusively people that have been in politics for 20 years in some other field, that's going to change the kind of representatives we have in Congress. They can't all be career politicians getting to the peak of their career. We have to have people in Congress who this is their first time and their most recent and most relevant experience is the experience of being an average citizen in their district. That's supposed to be the point of the House of Representatives. So that was really what made me decide to swing high and to go directly for the United States Congress.
Who are your political heroes? If I'm not abusing the word, we tend to use the word hero for just about everything. But I mean, who are your political guide stars? Are they sitting officials? Are they activists? Are they historical figures? Who do you look to that is either an example for you or that, provides a set of standards that you want to reach?
Yeah, it's actually interesting. I was having this conversation with my campaign manager a couple of weeks ago. We were doing the Ballotpedia survey, and one of the questions was like, who do you admire politically? And I was kind of joking with my campaign manager. I was like, I feel like part of the answer to this question should be no one, because you're supposed to represent your district. So you shouldn't be copying any other politician. Like your district is the main thing, and you're going to have to kind of be your own representative. But I certainly do admire a lot of political figures, and probably if you follow politics and if you've been listening to me this whole time, you're going to figure out who those politicians are. I'm a huge fan of Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren. Cori Bush, I absolutely love her campaign and her process of getting to Congress. I actually made phone calls for her during her second run. I just thought she was absolutely amazing. I was on a Zoom session with her and I heard her speak and I was like, oh my gosh, you're a normal person. Like I think Cori Bush really stands out because she was somebody who I really was able to sit. It was a group conversation. I was one of many people in the Zoom room, but she just seemed so normal to me. And she told us to call her Cori. And I was like, you don't call politicians by their first, I thought of politicians as this higher up thing. I wasn't on their level. And I loved her approach of no, I work for you. I mean, technically she doesn't work for me because I don't live in her district, but she was like, I'm not above you. I'm not your boss. Representative means I work for you.
Exactly that.
You don't
It means
have to look up to
representative.
me. Yeah. So I've always admired her, and I think other politicians really have that same, or some other politicians really have that same perspective. AOC, obviously, Jamal Bowman, definitely just those representatives that are really there for the people. They're not there for their political career. They're there to represent their district because that's their job.
Well, this might be risky. It might sound like I'm somehow trying to argue with you. I swear to goodness, I am not.
No, I like arguing with smart people. So,
but Bobby Kennedy had, after the assassination of President Kennedy, and after he resigned his position as Attorney General, even though in both Republican and inside Democratic circles, he was the most feared politician in the country. he stated he had no intention of running for president or for running for probably anything else. But as he began to travel, when he was, I guess you would say, out of work, I don't know if he, as someone that wealthy can be out of, has to worry about work. But when he was not in office, he began to travel the country. And specifically when he traveled through the rural South, the inland South, if you will, not the coastlines, but the inland South, if you will, and areas of West Virginia and what we generally refer to as Appalachia, and saw large swaths of population, both of color and white, that had no electricity, no running water, no education because the kids had to work either in the fields or in West Virginia in the mines. And said, this isn't who we are. And certainly we've got to be a better nation than this. And therefore decided to run without the weight and trying to lay the weight of my family name on top of you. Is that a similar thing that's happened to you? That maybe, I'm sure you didn't go through elementary school saying, I'm going to run for Congress and I can't wait to do that. But rather taking, I guess you'd say sort of taking a step back, if you will, and saying, and again, I know it's similar to a question that I asked earlier, but taking that, kind of separating yourself from yourself and kind of stepping back and taking more of a macro view and saying, this just isn't right. Something's off here.
Yeah, I would definitely say that's been really my approach. I did not go through elementary school or junior high or high school wanting to be a congressperson. That was really never something that crossed my mind, partially because I was like, no, those are like very fancy people, and I'm not one of those people. I'm never going to fit in there. But I mean, partially just because I don't feel like I'm always a little bit concerned when people are like, from 5 years old, I've always wanted to be president. I'm like, why? Because if you were 5 years old and you wanted to be president, I feel like it's because you wanted to be powerful, and that's not a good reason to be president. So I have some questions and concerns about the why there. And I think the best public servants tend to be the people who haven't wanted to do this for their entire life. This isn't their career goal. This isn't what I've always wanted to do, or even what I ultimately hope to do for my entire career. I would stay in Congress if it was where I felt I could serve people best.
We do have a caller on the line. Caller, before I get to you, please hang in there. Just hang on 1 second. I need to follow up a question with you, Mikayla.
Yeah.
Among the many, many hats that I wear, I have a full-time job. I do this program. I'm also a partner in a political consulting firm. My portion of the business is candidate development, which means everything from debate prep to public speaking to many, many, many different things that have to do with such things about, presentation and improving yourself as a candidate out into the public. Mm-hmm. Nailing that stump speech and making sure that platform is all tidied and written properly. Mm-hmm. One of the very things that every candidate must do, there's no equivocation. You must be able to answer this question. So I'm going to put the question to you. Why are you running?
Because I believe it's where I can do the most good. I have spent my career in the nonprofit and education sectors, and I love helping others. I love being able to do that micro level. I love being able to work with students and help them apply to college. And I do body image workshops with my sorority from college, and I love being able to build confidence. I love being able to do all those things on the one-on-one level, but I believe that I can do more to help my community. And that's what I believe I can do in Congress. It really has nothing to do with wanting the power or wanting the authority or wanting to be on the cover of magazines. It is where I believe I can help people. And that's what drives every decision I make. I know it's an incredibly hard job. It's one that involves simultaneously living in 2 different states at all times. It's an incredibly hard thing to do, just technically speaking. It's a lot of pressure. And for me, I know what drives me is the belief that I'm doing something that will help other people. So
Well, that can't be the right answer because that's altruistic and that can't be correct. So I'm just taking that.
what drives me is
Caller, you're on the air. Your first name only, where you're calling from, and please, if I might ask, whatever device you have on in the background, there is about a 30-second delay. If you could mute that, I'd be grateful.
This is Kat calling from Lackawanna County near Scranton, Pennsylvania.
Kat,
And
the floor is yours. Have at it.
I'm sorry, what was that?
The floor is yours. Have at it.
Oh, well, I'm actually really glad that you have Rep. Mondale Jones on, because I actually did attend a People Power talk with her and Professor Tom Shapiro, talking about a lot of these issues and why student loan debt, I think, is one of the most important economic issues that we're facing as a U.S. society, because in reality, the debt cancellation would affect things intersectionally. I mean, it would close the white-black wealth gap by about 25 points, according to most studies. But also, they say that about $7.4 billion of cancellation loans could lead to $22 billion increase in, gross domestic product. And personally, as somebody affected by this crisis, I can say with confidence that a lot of times it's kind of dismissed as these are people who are irresponsible and they've taken out loans that they can't repay, and that, they didn't make good decisions. But personally, as a student, I kind of did everything right. I did 2 years of community college in order to get my JETA as cheaply as I could. I did AP classes for the same reason. And then I transferred to a 4-year college on a full scholarship. But the full scholarships at most colleges actually require you to take out the maximum in Stafford loans, both subsidized and unsubsidized. I was also lucky in that I was able to receive Pell Grants and some other assistance, and then the gap was closed with private scholarships through the university. Even with all of that, we're still talking 5 figures in debt. So when you talk about getting a full ride to school, having perfect grades, making good decisions, it's not a matter of making good decisions. This is an institutionalized issue because it's become so interwoven with just the way things are and how the whole system works. There is no real free ride to college anymore in a lot of ways. And because the issue itself isn't really that visible, Americans don't like to talk about monetary policy or our salaries or our debt in public. It can be really difficult to see the impact, but we are seeing the impact. People, my whole generation is delaying having children, buying houses, buying major purchases like automobiles or other large things that require a credit check because, some of us, due to student loans, don't have great credit. And I think that, there's a Cassie Owens quote that says, socially speaking, there are economic benefits to compassion. And there are so many people making arguments about this issue where they're saying these people are getting what they deserve, when in reality, in a lot of cases, our government has been about compassion, and a lot of higher education has been funded by the federal government. So I just wanted to kind of put my 2 cents in there and give the anecdotal evidence I have from dealing with the student loan crisis. And, also, Rep. Mondale Jones, you're awesome, and please continue fighting the good fight because, as the current administration shows, it's so easy and so many people seem to be giving up on us. So it's awesome to still see people fighting.
Kat, thank you for being
Yep.
part of the program. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for having me on.
Mikayla, let's take off on student loan debt. We certainly talked about it a bit earlier. Tell me, I believe it is obviously one of the pillars of your campaign. Tell me about your view your understanding of and your view of and solution to student loan debt?
Yeah, I think our caller definitely hit the nail on the head with it. Is often talked about as largely something that the students themselves messed up, that they made a poor decision. They decided to go to college. I mean, it's their fault that they decided to get an education. It's oftentimes talked about in that way, that it's because you went to a college that it was too expensive, or you just weren't making good financial choices at 18. Weird how 18-year-olds aren't always the absolute greatest at return on investment. But the system itself is just so broken that so many people really can't afford debt, or sorry, really can't afford college. They're forced into a situation where they basically have to take out typically at least 20,000, and oftentimes in my case, I graduated with almost 6 figures of debt. And certainly there are ways in which I could have made better financial decisions. I could have ended up in less debt. But part of my challenge, honestly, I'll tell a little bit of my backstory here. I was kicked out of my father's house when I was 16 years old, but I was not legally disowned. So what that meant was when I applied to college, his finances, as well as his wife's finances, were taken into account when determining my financial aid. So about $15,000 a year, my college was telling me, we think you should be able to pay this $15,000 a year. We think that that's what you don't need from us, that you can find a way to provide this based on your family's finances. And that wasn't true. That wasn't possible. That wasn't money that I was capable of getting. So what the result was, that about 60,000 of my debts was specifically because of that. And that's just one situation, but admittedly, I talked to a lot of students when I worked as a high school guidance counselor, when I worked with students all over the country applying to college. That was a shockingly widespread problem. The number of students that had, the colloquial term, a deadbeat parent of some kind, who wasn't in the picture, who wasn't supporting them financially, who wasn't emotionally part of their life, but whose finances were keeping them from being able to get the college degree that they wanted. And even that is just the tip of the iceberg, really. So many students, it was that their parents and their family that they did live with, yeah, you could afford to pay $50,000 a year for college if you sold your house, but you shouldn't have to do that. You shouldn't have to sell your house to put your kid through college. It just shouldn't work like that. And it just, like I was talking about earlier, so many students are in a situation where it's not about, oh, I could have made a good or bad choice. It was all varying degrees of bad. It was all just varying degrees of crippling debt. And I think it's very important to have that compassionate lens of, we put the students in this position. This is the government's fault, essentially, for not funding education. But I think there's also just the plain old economic lens of just, it hurts the economy. It's bad when people are spending half their monthly income just paying off student debt that they thought was going to be worth it. Hypothetically, education is supposed to be an investment in your future. And that's the narrative that so many students are told, to kind of, don't worry too much. I mean, I was told that. I was worried, don't worry too much about the debt, because I was going to be a doctor. I was one of the top students in my class. I was a bright student. I was going to go be biology and pre-med, and I was going to make $600,000 a year as some neurosurgeon. So who cares that I was going to be in student debt? That was genuine advice that, like, my high school guidance counselor gave me. Partially because it kind of used to work that way. If you went into a little bit of debt, it was probably worth it for the level of the kind of job that you'd be getting after that. And it's just not true anymore. A lot of people are going into debt to get a master's degree to then go on to be a school teacher, where it's an incredibly low paying job that requires a master's degree, and master's degrees have virtually no funding. It's nothing but debt to get a master's degree, but it's required for this incredibly low paying job. So it's that the system is just broken. and the government chose not to fund education. They are the reason why people are in this position. It's not about bad choices. They were forced into this position, and we can and should do something about it.
Can I ask you if we could look at the student debt crisis in a different frame, or what is perhaps a different frame? I'm sure I'm not the first person on the planet to come up with this idea, but we've encouraged an entire generation, if not several now, that the only way you can get a really good job in this country is with a college degree. We do little to nothing to provide them the wherewithal to get that college degree. Most students at 4-year institutions only take about 1.5 years of courses directly related to what they are trying to be educated on to make a career out of. But because we have made higher education, and the only nation on earth that has made higher education a for-profit entity, we keep you there for 4 years. I don't know where 4 years came from arbitrarily, maybe because that's what high school is. I don't know. But that said, how do we square the differing factors, especially from the Republican corporation, that you don't need to go to college. Not every kid has to go to college, and you can go get an apprenticeship and work with your hands and get dirty and pull yourself up by your bootstraps. But oh, by the way, you really can't get a good job unless you go to college. But then again, we're not going to help you go to college. But then we've created this for-profit system that you really can only go to college if you can afford it. It seems to me like quite the circular argument, full of broken pieces of a circle that don't form a circle. How do you, when people seem to forget also, by the way, the California state higher education system, if you were a resident prior to the time that St. Reagan became governor, was free. Free. At no cost. You were already paying for it inside your California state taxes. It was free. So we've had free higher education before in this country, but I realize that's a bit of a run-on, long, complicated sentence, but how do you, when you are having the student debt discussion with anybody, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, Martians, Venusians, when you're having this discussion with them, how do you square these odd sort of arguments from the group opposite us that you don't really need college, but you need college, but we're not going to help you pay for it. We're going to lock you into a history of debt. But then again, you're irresponsible for being in that debt. How do you make that mess, that word salad of contradiction, part of your platform or part of your persuasive argument of platform to say, no, we can do better than this. We can eliminate this problem.
Yeah, I'm glad that you brought that up, because that is certainly a narrative that I hear a lot, having worked in the college access sector in some form for my entire career. That's a phrase I hear a lot, is, part of this is just that not everybody needs to go to college. And that is true. Not everybody does need to go to college. There are ways to have a lucrative career without going to college. And many countries that do offer free higher education, a free college education or master, like many countries that do that have a lot of citizens that don't end up actually going to college because they don't need to in order to have a lucrative career in that economy. But the problem is that in our economy was not designed that way. We like that narrative because it kind of makes the problem go away. When we say not everybody needs to go to college, well, then who cares if some people can't? Because not everybody needs to. But that's not what
doesn't it almost in a de facto way then say that, well, you came out of college with all that debt because you chose to go to college, which means you chose to accept that debt.
And that's where the narrative comes from, is it's a way of putting the problem aside and saying, well, this is largely just your choice. You could have chosen not to go to college and been fine. But that's not true when the fundamental factor that decides whether or not you went to college is whether or not you could afford to go to college. It's fine to say not everybody needs a college degree, not every job requires one. That's definitely true. Many jobs don't require a college degree, and that's just sort of a weird thing that we've added in, that just you get paid more money if you have a bachelor's, maybe, or you own, like there are so many jobs that require a bachelor's degree, and I'm like, why? What about a bachelor's degree is necessary to do this job? But what we have is this system that basically says, well, if you can't afford it, we'll just tell you not to worry about it. If you can't afford it, we'll tell you that you don't really need to go to college. But if you can, you're definitely going to be more successful in college.
But at the same time, if you can't afford it, you really don't need it, but you're not getting a job without it.
Exactly. Yeah. We're taking the narrative from basically functional economies and applying it to our economy, which does not work that way. We like the narrative, but not the actual logic behind it, which was that only works if the economy is designed to allow for lucrative careers without a college degree. And our economy doesn't. Our economy has decided that a college degree is how you make money, but you can only get a college degree if you have money in the first place. So yeah, I mean, you hear this so much, Republicans kind of saying, well, like when people talk about like the minimum wage and stuff like that, they're like, well, minimum wage is meant for like high school kids and stuff like that. But then you go to college and you get a better job and you make more money. Well, how do you afford to go to college? How do you afford?
Not to mention that it's 62-ish% of folks on the minimum wage are not teenagers.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah. I mean, that's, and people but people will hear that stat and kind of be like, well, why? I mean, why didn't they just go and get a higher education? Why didn't they work their way into a higher paying job? It's blaming people for the system being broken. And that's where so many of the narratives come from, is finding ways to make it poor people's fault.
But is this a broken system, or is this exactly the way the system was set up?
I mean, yeah.
And let me use an example.
Mm-hmm.
It's an unrelated example, really, but let me use it anyway. H.R. Haldeman, who was the chief of staff for President Nixon, when asked, because we've reached, it was just last week, maybe, or the week before, that we reached the 50th anniversary of the war on drugs. He laid out about the war on drugs after, of course, the Nixon administration, and they all seem to get hit with a dose of truth, then, don't they? It's like Harry Potter hits them with the wizard wand and suddenly they tell truth. I openly admit I do not know when he said this. My guess would be probably on his deathbed, but I can't say that because the man could still be alive for all I know. I'm working mostly from memory. But when explaining the Nixon war on drugs, he said straight away, it wasn't the drugs. We could not arrest people for being Black. We couldn't arrest them for being Hispanic. We couldn't arrest them for being Democrats. We couldn't arrest them for being quote unquote hippies. We couldn't arrest them for protesting on campuses. We couldn't arrest them for consciously objecting to the draft, or for having long hair, or protesting against the president. But we could arrest them for drugs. So we did. So when you speak of, and it's not to say that you're doing it flippantly, I think it's a set of language that we've all fallen into, to be honest. When you speak of a broken system, aren't we really speaking of a rigged system?
You're right. Yeah. And thank you for correcting me, because we've
oh no, please. No. It's not about correcting. I just think it's a set of narratives and language that we sort of all fallen into. Yeah,
it is. It's the words we've gotten used to using, but it's not an accurate description. It is a rigged system. It was very much designed to work this way. It's that level of, if we want to talk about how we got here, we have to remember that we got here on purpose. We did this intentionally. We created the system to work in this way because the system perpetuates current economic status. It makes rich people richer and poor people poorer. And that was the point. That was the point of the system. And it also, because race is so heavily tied with income in this country, it also perpetuates racism. It makes white people richer and people of color poor, because the system was designed to separate people based on class and keep making it worse and worse and worse. That's what it was designed to do.
Is there any other OECD nation on earth that has a purely for-profit higher education system?
Not to my knowledge. I don't believe.
Is there any other OECD nation on earth that has a purely for-profit health system?
That one I at least know that wealthy nations do not. There is no other wealthy nation like this.
And that's the answer is no.
Yeah.
Is no, they don't. So when we talk about a rigged system, when we talk about a system that was set up specifically for this purpose, that's exactly what we're talking about. We have defined it that way because that's exactly what it is.
Mm-hmm.
No other nation on earth, folks. Let me break the fourth wall here and speak to you past Mikayla here to a point. No, the OECD nations, there's a OECD means something that I'm forgetting at the moment, but for all intent and purpose, the OECD.
I couldn't remember what the acronym stood for.
Somebody's gonna Google it and send it to me. Or folks, DuckDuckGo, I recommend send it to you. There's 34, 36 OECD nations. They are essentially, for lack of a better term, the first, quote unquote, first world nations, your G7s, your G20s, and then folks, the nations that are right outside that. The first world, the rich countries. I can't name them all, but you can probably name a good chunk of them. The UK, France, Germany, Italy, Portugal, the United States, Spain, Canada. I believe Mexico is an OECD nation, believe it or not. Because people tend to really look down on Mexico. Brazil is an OECD nation, if you can imagine. Australia, New Zealand, Japan, China, Russia, I think, the Scandinavian countries. Anyway, that's generally the first world.
Right.
We are. This is not speculation.
Mm-hmm.
This is a fact. We are, I know how pesky those facts can be, folks, those Republicans, I know how pesky those facts can be. We are the only OECD nation that has a for-profit healthcare system, purely for-profit. There are, even in the UK with an NHS, you can buy additional insurance if you wish it. You can go to really five-star hospitals if you wish to pay for it. You can bump yourself up in line for procedures if you wish to pay for it, but you're covered. We're the only ones that are purely for profit. We're the only ones that have turned education into profit. We're the only ones that have turned, other nations have toll roads, but we're literally in the processes, if you watch it, of turning what Tom Hartman refers to as the commons, libraries, schools, roads, dams, water systems, power systems, trash control systems, landfills, water purification plants, all the way through. We're the only ones that have turned these things into for-profit entities. We're the only ones. The only ones. I am reminded, if I could find it quickly enough, I would bring it up and I would share it with you all. A very simple two-columned, I hate to lower it to say that it's just a meme, but it is in a meme form. Between Finland, Kathleen mentions private prisons as a for-profit industry. You're not kidding. Spot on. Two columns of Finland and the United States, and a total tax rate on the quote unquote average citizen is want to say it's 38% in Finland, 37 here, or 38 and 36, or 37, 36, but it's within a point or two. And what do you get for that money? Well, in Finland, you get healthcare cradle to grave. You get education cradle to grave. There are no toll roads that I'm aware of. They're much greener. They have a longer lifespan. They have a dramatically lower infant mortality rate. We have some of the worst infant mortality rates on the planet in the United States, and especially for women of color.
Yeah.
Maternal mortality is the highest it is in the OECD. We have the least amount of press freedom. We are the least socially mobile. If you are born poor, you will die poor. If you are born in the middle class, you are more likely to die poor than to die either middle class or above. And so there's this list of all these things from Finland to the United States for a whopping 1% difference in your overall tax share. Probably not something that you're running on a day-to-day basis when you have conversations with voters. And I do want to get to, we've talked a lot about student debt as an example of what's wrong with the country, but I want to get to the rest of your platform, I promise. But when you are speaking to folks, be they fellow Democrats, independents, self-identified Republicans, again, Martians, Atlanteans, whatever, whomever you're just talking to, how difficult is it? Or is it difficult? Or are you able to have the conversation, and I guess you could say arguably break the conversation down to such a level to say, look, this just isn't right. This just isn't, it's not equal. It's not fair. It's not just. And this isn't, the country that we've been for 40, 50 years is not the country that we used to be. Is that a conversation that you have? Or how do you have it?
It's definitely a conversation that I have to some extent. I mean, definitely, depending on who I'm talking to, I might only have their attention for a minute and a half, or I might be ranting to them and having a conversation for 3 hours. But I think it definitely is a challenging conversation to have, I think largely because we are very much convinced in this country, we have been really brainwashed by the media to believe that capitalism is the solution to all economic problems, that a free market system is what works best, it's what makes us the best, and we've got to do it that way. And there are so many systems, the most broken systems in our country are the ones where capitalism just doesn't make sense. There are industries that just shouldn't be run for profit. Healthcare, prisons, education, probably being the biggest three. But there are many systems where it just doesn't make sense to apply capitalism to a basic service. And we're really taught to believe that the free market will inherently make things better. And it doesn't in many systems. It's why healthcare is so expensive in our country. It's why the same medication costs 10 times more here than it does in Canada, or more. Sometimes it's even more expensive. So it depends on who I'm talking to, how exactly I have the conversation, because it depends on what exactly their concern is. Typically, when people have like concerns about privatize or going to like Medicare for all or single payer healthcare, or having the government essentially take over healthcare, they really get concerned about, government bureaucracy and things like that. So when I'm addressing that specific issue, I go a little bit more granular to that specific problem. Okay, if the issue is bureaucracy, let's talk about private insurance companies, because they are pure bureaucracy. That is the entire existence. Private insurance is bureaucracy. It serves no other purpose but bureaucracy. So I know it seems counterintuitive because I work for the government. I know how much bureaucracy is involved anytime the government gets involved with something. But healthcare won't work like that. Healthcare is different, and it is genuinely less expensive when the government takes over. There is genuinely less bureaucracy there. So it's hard to answer the question of kind of like, how do I approach that conversation? Because it really does depend on what specific issue, what specific sector I'm talking about, and kind of where they're coming from, what their main concern is.
Is it even a conversation that you feel needs to be had? I'm a big one on this program every single week, and loyal listeners will be just glazing over it. Oh my God, he's going to do it again. The beauty of quote unquote progressive ideals, and I've begun to move away from the term progressive. I understand it's a semantical argument, but I consider myself a New Deal Democrat, a Kennedy Democrat, a Great Society Lyndon Johnson Democrat, where our party was solely focused on any program, any issue, any piece of legislation that could possibly further the masses. We created some of the largest global corporations in the history of man post-Republican Great Depression. We made education free. We directly employed people to build things all over this country. I'll just keep doing that too. That's very professional when I keep doing that. I get excited and I'm whacking my head around and I'm whacking right in the microphone. But we hired people and taught them skills. You know, we built post offices and schools and dams and seawalls and highways, and we brought electricity and telephone to whole sections of the country that private industry refused to do because it wasn't profitable. We had capitalism after the Republican Great Depression. The New Deal was still capitalistic in nature. It was simply regulation of that capitalism. Western Europe is capitalistic by nature, but it is also democratic socialist in that it is regulated heavily. It is, the people are protected from it and from its excesses. I know that progressive New Deal policies work because they've done it,
Right.
because they worked before,
Right.
and because history doesn't lie. So I know they will work because they have.
Right.
Is that a discussion that you feel you even need to have? Is that part of the argument? Even if it's with fellow Democrats, progressive policies won't win here. They won't work. They already worked. We've done this.
Yeah. Unfortunately, while I wish it wasn't a conversation that needs to be had, it very much is. That's one of the most common conversations that I've had as I've been talking to voters from the district, as well as party elites from the district and things like that, is people, I'm surprised how often people don't ask me about my policy stances or why I believe it work economically. People are oftentimes asking me whether or not it's electable, whether or not it's viable, regardless of whether or not it works. Can I make people vote for me? Which is always such an interesting conversation to me, because in my mind, my logic is, if it works, and we know it works from both history and from what every other wealthy country on the planet is doing right now, we know it works, we know it helps 99% of the population. How can we be having a conversation of whether or not this is electable or whether or not this is going to win in this district? It helps 99% of the people. We need to convince 50% of them to agree with us in order to be elected. That's not a high bar.
It shouldn't be. No,
it shouldn't.
It shouldn't.
It is. Unfortunately, it is in our current system, but it shouldn't be a high bar. But unfortunately, it is a conversation that I have to have a lot, because that's one of the biggest things that come up. People skip over whether or not the policy works, whether or not it would help the population, and just go, yeah, but people aren't going to vote for you. And I think we've done that for we've really lost, or at least the government seems to have really lost faith in people, in democracy, and the idea that if you convince people that a policy is going to work for them, you can get them to rally behind you. And so many party bigwigs have very much just decided, the people that agree with you don't tend to vote. The people that tend to vote disagree with you. So you're not electable here.
How much of the convincing, and I guess to be fair, this one might be a bit more of a stretch. I believe personally that these New Deal type programs are not, they're common sense.
Mhm.
They're just common sense. And by the way, we talk a lot as Democrats about folks voting against their own self-interest.
Mhm.
And one of the pushbacks that you will get from that is, yeah, you're right, I don't vote selfishly. I would argue those are two different things. But however, when 99, when there's 100 people in the room and 99 of them vote one way, it's not self-interest anymore, is it? It's the common good.
Yeah.
Too many of us have been convinced from right-wing hate media specifically that no, what's good for you is not good for everybody. It's only what's good for this tiny, tiny group up at the top that's good for you. But what's the fundamental? I mean, it fundamentally makes no sense. Quite literally, it makes no sense. 100 people in a room, 100 donuts in a room, and one middle to later aged white guy in a suit takes 99 of the donuts for himself as he proceeds to walk around the room and whisper behind the other 99 people's heads, that other guy's going to take the other donut. That's what we've got.
Yeah.
And don't worry that I've got 99 of them and you and the other 99 of you can split one. It's good for all of us because I have them all. That's good for you.
Yeah.
That's antithetical to just basic common sense. How much time do you have to spend, unfortunately, arguing common sense?
And I think a big part of the challenge comes from, broadly speaking, as far as the two parties, the Republican Party is significantly better at convincing people that their policies are the common sense one. They're very good at boiling things down so much, oversimplifying things so much that it sounds like common sense. They have policies like essentially tax breaks. That's how we save the economy, because they can boil it down to, you want more money and taxes take away some of your money. So if we tax you less, you'll have more money. It feels like common sense when you frame it that way, and Republicans are very good at framing it like that. And it is, in a way, much harder to understand the economy working as a system. Republicans have really taught us to view the economy as that top-down notion that we got to give as much money as possible to the person at the top so that they have money to give to you down here in your minimum wage job. They need more money in order to pay you more money. And that's not how the economy works at all. The lower and middle classes fund the economy. You want
an economy works on the constant flow
exactly
of money. When you remove trillions of it from circulation,
yeah,
you stifle and choke off an economy.
Yeah, and the lower and middle classes are the ones that are funding the salaries of the CEOs at the top of the economy. But we've very much been taught to see the economy, and it's just not like that. It's not a line. It's not a pyramid. It's basically like your body. It's like your circulation system. You really need the blood to be going everywhere. If 90% of your blood is in your right hand, you're gonna have a problem. You need it to keep moving. You need it to be going everywhere in the system. Sure, certain parts of your body are going to end up getting a little bit more than others, but you need it everywhere. It's inherently going to fail if you choke off the lower and middle class. And that's fundamentally what we've been doing for decades now, is this idea that if you give enough money to CEOs, that they'll decide to give it to their workers. Which, I mean, the logic behind it is the same as if my boss got a $15,000 raise and was told, if you want to, you can give it to Mikayla. I mean, my boss is a nice person. She might do a little bit of that, but obviously that's not in my best interest. Like, people aren't going to do that. When you give money to people at the top of the corporate chain, there's no reason to believe that it's going to trickle down to people at the lowest level. And it just, Republicans are significantly better at convincing people that their way is common sense. They oversimplify things to the extent that they make people confident that the solution is just lower taxes. But in reality, if you want your paycheck itself to be higher, you need minimum wage workers making enough money to buy the services that your boss is selling, so that your boss has more money to pay you, so that you can go and work, you can go to the local business and you can support them. And like, it's harder to frame the economy in that way, to frame it as that moving system. It's easier to think of it as top down. And Republicans have really exploited that. Republicans in Congress have really exploited that to rig the system.
In 2019, I believe it is, and I'm going to need to reset the program after I throw out this, what I hope is a simple question to you. I think it's 2019 from the ProPublica reporting. Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Bill Gates, and Warren Buffett all paid $0 in federal income tax. How much did you pay? Or did you pay?
I paid quite.
I did.
Yeah.
You did too, huh?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of
something.
Yeah.
Isn't that something how at least in my case, at best, lower middle class at best.
Yeah.
And you, I'm assuming, somewhat middle class or maybe lower middle class.
Yeah, lower middle class with student debt.
You paid.
To the lower class. Yeah.
You paid. I paid. They didn't.
Yeah.
Is there any more evidence, or any more clear evidence, or any more obvious evidence of a rigged system than that?
I wouldn't think so. I mean, I you would think that that would be enough, that would be enough to convince people. But I think part of it also comes from people. We are very hopeful. Generally speaking, we're very hopeful people, and we believe in the American dream, which is fantastic. But we believe that someday we're going to be that rich class. So we don't want to.
You are not currently, and nor am I, a temporarily inconvenienced billionaire. We simply aren't.
Mm-hmm.
What? I cannot. You talk about the right and their media machine doing such a brilliant job of encapsulating what are generally high-minded concepts into bumper stickers.
Mm-hmm.
Folks, if you are a self-identified Republican, I can guarantee you, send me your name, number, I'll buy you dinner if I'm wrong. You are not a temporarily inconvenienced millionaire or billionaire. You are broke. Too much of our party and all of the Republican side has made you that way. The system is designed to make you that way and keep you that way. Again, the United States is the least economically, socially mobile country on earth. Our economy now, when you talk about the different economic classes, is closer to medieval Europe than even the Great Depression. We have a caste system. The rich are at the top and stay there regardless of what decisions they make. And the rest of us work for them. It is the landed gentry and the serfs. It is the knights and the squires. We are close to medievalism here. A small handful controlling everything at the top, and the rest of us just trying to get by on the stubble that we can glean from the fields. That's what we're looking at. Minimum wage. Minimum wage in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is still $7.20 25 cents an hour. It is below the poverty line. If the minimum wage had kept up with worker productivity, it would be about $23 an hour. If it had kept up on the regularly scheduled increases going back to the 60s, it would also be $23 to $24 an hour. If it kept up or paced with CEO pay, it would be $35 an hour. There is a system. It's broken, but it was deliberately broken. It did not organically become broken. It has been deliberately broken and then rigged to bypass you. That is the fact of it. Period. End of story. For Republicans out there, as self-identified ones, you might think you disagree with me on an awful lot of things. You don't. We actually very much agree on very many things. You simply don't have the understanding of them that we do. You don't take it from the point of view that we do. Not because you're stupid. Absolutely not because you're stupid, but because you've been trained to presume, to take on this thought process from a completely different reality, from a completely different set of presumptions and set of facts, except they're not facts. And that's why we're here. That's why we have these discussions. That's why folks like Mikayla run for office. 7:06 Eastern time. I am late resetting the program. 7:06 Eastern time. This is the Kennedy Effect for the 27th of June, 2021. We are currently 100% live with you right now all around the planet. That other side of information is the Home Group Facebook page. Stay wherever you are and wherever you're watching. Enjoy, relax, take in the information, enjoy the discussion. If you want to join the chat, and the chat is quite busy, I'm thrilled to see that. Come to our Home Group Facebook page, that other side of information. Hot101.net, the web address is right inside the name, hot101.net. Apple App Store, Google Play Store, or go to the search bar on the TuneIn Radio app, and you can find hot101.net. 267-227-9189, 267-227-9189 is the phone number, and it works because somebody called and we talked to them. How incredible. What a wonderful technological achievement. The phone line is open, and I assure you that the person who called in earlier in the program is still alive and well. So calling didn't hurt a bit. You can do the same darn thing, I promise you. This is an interactive program. I am not here to lecture. Mikayla is not here to lecture. None of our guests have ever been here to lecture at you. We would much prefer to have a discussion with you, but that means we need you to be part of it. Come to the Home Group Facebook page, that other side of information, join the comments section, tweet me at that Kennedy Talk, email the program, thatotherkennedy@gmail.com, and of course, call us, 267-227-9189. The line is open. It's open for you, 267-227-9189. Mikayla, we've talked a lot about student debt, an awful lot about student debt, not just as a problem or issue in and of itself, but as a symptom of where our country finds itself. Most candidates will have a real top 3 to 5 issues. We've clicked off student debt. We've a bit mentioned the minimum wage. What else fills out the platform for Mikayla Ridley?
I would say definitely some of the biggest ones are reshaping healthcare. We've talked a little bit about that, but moving to a single payer healthcare system, because using the free market, using the privatized healthcare system is just destroying our country's economy. It just isn't. Healthcare is not something that should be run for profit. I am very passionate about equal opportunity and equal rights. I think that was a big part of what really got me into politics as well, was the understanding that, yeah, the system, whether you're calling it broken or calling it rigged, yeah, there's a huge problem here. And a big part of that problem is not just about wealth and class, it's about race, it's about sexual orientation, it's about gender. It comes down to all of these issues where many minority groups are being systemically held back from wealth and power, and we need to fix that. So that is also a huge part of my platform, is we need an equal system. We don't need everybody to have the same amount of money and everybody to have the same amount of power. We need everybody to have equal access. We need to have a system where how much money you make and how successful you are in your career genuinely comes down to how hard you work and how experienced you are in your field. And it's not just about whether or not your parents had money, which probably has a lot to do with the color of your skin. And it just, there's so many pieces of our system that are deeply broken and deeply rigged, and then even more so if you are not a white, straight Christian man. Actually, I should ask, if you are not a white, straight, cisgender Christian man.
Again, I know I'm sounding repetitive, but at the risk of making a deeply complex problem, it's so complex I can barely say it, at the risk of making a deeply complex problem over simplistic, is it your opinion, or do you believe, as I am actually coming to believe, the divisions, the manufactured divisions, the racism, the division of communities of people into smaller and smaller finite groups, really has nothing to do with the fact that I don't like the skin color of Black people, but if I can marginalize this group, I can keep them from getting a part of my pie. Or even worse, or well, if I'm part of the top 1%, even better, I can extract what little they have. It seems to me that we made great strides, I believe, in this area for a good many years. Even post Reagan, we made real big strides in equality, be it racial equality, gender equality, equality based on sexual orientation, and we have since moved back from that. And we've backpedaled so quickly, we've damn near tripped over ourselves, fell down doing it. But it seems to me that more and more that I look at it is not that maybe the man on the quote unquote person in the street, or the person in the pews, so to speak, might have a genuine, real religious based issue with the fact that I marry another man. But it seems to me that if you're at the top of the scale, those big corporations in that top 1%, they don't give a flying you know what. Whether I marry a man, a woman, another couple, whether you are gay, straight, white, Black, Hispanic, Asian, they just want to make sure you don't take any of their money. Am I oversimplifying it? Or is that, at the end of the day, is it just about keeping groups and segments of the population poor and needy, and needing them, and they dictating the terms of how we move as a society? I'm just beginning to think it's not anything more. You might have a sincerely religious objection to abortion, the division of the quote unquote pro-life group and the pro-choice group, the divisions that are forced upon us from up above are so that we can keep fighting amongst ourselves while we pay no attention to the fact that our pockets are being ripped. Is that an oversimplification? Is it something you've considered?
I think there are parts of it that I definitely agree on. So as you were talking, I was kind of going through a couple bullet points in my head of my response to that piece. One of the things that I picked up was you're right that we've made some huge strides in the last 100 years, whether that's in regards to sexual orientation or race or gender. We've definitely made huge.
Never perfect and never fully equal.
Yeah,
I'm not here to say that, but
right.
I don't think you can also ignore the progress that was made.
No, and we've made huge progress. I think sometimes it is overemphasized. It is implied that like we were getting to good, like we were almost there, and then we backpedaled. Like we have backpedaled a bit in recent years. I think there are certainly ways in which the Trump era really stoked division and brought up problems, but fundamentally those are problems that never really went away. So I always like to be careful about implying that like we were doing so well there for a while. We weren't really doing great. We were doing better than we were in like the 1800s, but we were never really doing good. But I think the bigger thing that I picked up on was when I talk about like systemic problems, systemic racism, systemic homophobia and biphobia and transphobia and systemic sexism and things like that. I think this was more so what you're getting at is more of the problem today does not necessarily have to do with that in like the overt bigotry. It doesn't necessarily have to do with people intentionally holding someone back because of their race or sexual orientation or gender or whatever it is you're referring to. It mostly has to do with the fact that the system was rigged for so long and never fixed. But people are saying it's fixed. People like to pretend like we live in this equal world, so we should treat everybody equally because everybody had equal opportunity leading up to putting their college application in or putting their job application in or whatever it was. We like to believe that we kind of live in this post-racial, post-sexism, post-problem era, and we don't. And I think that's the hard thing for people to wrap their heads around with systemic problems is the notion of a systemic problem is that nobody in the system has to do anything wrong. Everybody in the system could be trying their best to really treat everybody equally, but if the system's rigged, it's still going to end in inequality. And I think that's more so what we're seeing is the damage that we never fixed, the things that we never dealt with, and we just switched up our talking points, like we got more politically correct over the years and largely did that instead of actually fixing the systemic problem. We learned how to not be racist or not be sexist or whatever it was. We learned how to talk in the right way and ignored actually dealing with the problem. And I see that so much in politicians today is focusing so much on saying the right words and having the right tone and looking not racist or not sexist or not homophobic, but not actually doing anything about it, not actually fixing the system that we know is rigged. It's definitely it's a more complex problem now because we have dealt with a lot of the overt problems and we're ignoring, and we haven't completely dealt with the overt problems. There's still plenty of that, but there is that under level that we just really haven't touched much.
Well, is there perhaps no better example of maybe the point that I'm not exactly making well? I truly despise war analogies when in politics. I can't stand them. I'm gonna fight for this, and you're my ally, and you're my.
I try
God,
really hard
bloody
to
hell,
use
I hate
the
that
site
crap.
as minimally as possible. For
Ugh.
my parents, even when I was writing my platform, I showed it to my parents, and they're like, "You use the word. Are you planning to like wrestle somebody? I don't think you're going
Right.
to wrestle. Like,
Who are you at war with?
I use it on a rare occasion, but yeah, I try to avoid
Right.
for that reason.
And I do think, most people understand when you say I'm going to fight for this policy, but who the hell
Yeah.
are we fighting with all the time? God, I hate it. It's activist language in a political realm and it doesn't belong there. I'm going to work for this policy. I'm going to stand up for it. I'm going to shout from the rafters about it. I will shake hands and reach across any aisle I possibly have to make it happen. But who am I fighting with all the time? Who are we fighting with? I'm not so sure that we haven't had this. That's not part of the problem, that we haven't had this language drilled into our skulls. We have to fight for this and we have to fight for that. And if you're not an ally, you're an enemy. And the hell are we fighting with all the time? But I guess if I could reframe, and maybe reword or kind of recast what I was, the kind of state of things I think that I'm seeing. And I'm wondering if you're seeing it, and if you're even campaigning on it, or if it's a discussion that you have. There has been a proper economic war on the 99%. And there are just as many poor, disaffected, formerly upper to middle, middle to lower, lower to poor, white folks as anybody. But yet that hesitation, that side eye, that maybe not hatred, but apprehension of those that do not look or live like me, that somehow they are still the problem, even though we've all been beaten down economically. Wealth is being extracted from me, and it doesn't get bloody whiter than this. But wealth is being extracted from me. I have been pushed from upper middle class to working poor in my lifetime. But yet I'm still told by the powers that be, especially on the right, it's not your fault. It's the people coming across the border. It's unions. It's black folk. No, it's not. It's rich folks. It's big corporations. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, how do you have that discussion of it's an economic war? And you still somehow, even though you've been beaten down into the ground right along with it, and your wealth is being extracted, you've somehow still been convinced that it's all these other people's fault just because they don't look like you, or they don't love the same people you love, or they have a different gender, or it's mom and kid instead of mom and dad and kid, or any of these different, or the new one that seems to have risen yet again, well, he's Catholic. It does really ultimately all come down to money and power, does it not? Or am I missing it?
I mean, I definitely think it does. I think of it in the sense of economic power is the tool that is used to oppress people of many different backgrounds. I mean, the ultimate result is high income people oppressing low income people, but who is in those categories was very much because of bigotry and systemic problems. So it definitely, it comes down to economics for sure. That's the main problem. That's the main issue. Like and I think I talk about this even in my platform on my website, of the economy is kind of everything. Every other problem that we have is also affecting our economy, because that money is power. It's what you need to survive. It's what you need to.
Pretty much what capitalism is based upon, is it not?
Yeah. And I saw a post a while back that I thought actually did a very good job of explaining kind of where the mind of like why people don't acknowledge that, or why people don't know that, why people seem to want to place the blame elsewhere instead of the people with all the power above them. And I think the logic behind it comes down to, but you want to be the person with the power. You can't blame them. You can't think of them as the problem or them as evil or them as corrupt because you want to be like them. So you have to kind of shift who you're mad at to somebody else because you want to someday fill their shoes. So you can't believe that they're evil or corrupt or that they're the problem because you're not and you want to be like them. So it must be something else. They can't be the problem because you hope to be like them someday. And I think that's also oversimplifying it. Anytime you talk about the economy, you're going to oversimplify it. But I think that is where a lot of it comes from is people wanting to place the blame on the people that they feel are holding them back from achieving Jeff Bezos status and things like just, yeah.
You mentioned healthcare as one of your big issues.
Mm-hmm.
Is there any greater indication or any greater example of what's fundamentally wrong with the American economy and the American societal system at this point, or capitalism in general, than a service, a right denied tens of millions of Americans because you can't afford it? For those who even can afford it, services denied on a regular basis. You didn't really need that ER visit.
Mm-hmm.
So now you can pay for the whole thing. You didn't really need that surgery. We decided after the surgery, you didn't need it. So here's the bill for $250,000.
Yeah. You're
on the hook for that. But yet, in just the first quarter of 2021, United Healthcare made $5.7 billion. Is there any greater example of everything that's fundamentally wrong with this country, especially since the Nixon era, than healthcare?
I don't think so. I mean, I think healthcare is the best example of the problem. This basic service that it's what you need to.
A right.
It's what you need to just be alive. We put it in our
A right, a
Life
fundamental human right.
Yeah.
Not even a service, a fundamental human right. I was probably incorrect in even using the word service. A fundamental human right. And we've somehow put a dollar amount on it.
Yeah.
The right to exist in and of itself. How can you be pro-life and not be pro-Medicare for all? I wonder. Is there a greater example in our economy of what's wrong?
I don't think so. I mean, there are plenty of other examples, but healthcare, it seems to be the most fundamental one of just it's basic. You need it to keep breathing.
Alive.
Yeah. I mean, and that like it blows my mind that so many people think that capitalism is going to work well in that system because capitalism is supply and demand. It's that, and that's how it self-regulates, is because those things balance each other out and keep prices stable because of supply and demand. But when you're talking about the thing that keeps you breathing, demand is infinite. People will pay absolutely anything to keep breathing. And that's why healthcare is so expensive, because there is no limit to what people would be willing to pay to stay alive. So to me, it seems so obvious that capitalism does not work well in this setting. It works well in a ton of other settings. It works well for vacation and for what kind of phone you want. I mean, there's tons of ways that capitalism works exceptionally well, but healthcare isn't one of them. That is not a system that will self-regulate with supply and demand.
I am stealing that one, by the way. Because that's quite literally a way that I've never thought of it before, is that there is no cost check built into the system. There's a system of checks and balances inside the blue jeans Blue jeans fall out of fashion. There's a glut in the market. They become cheaper to try to move on the product. A certain style isn't in style anymore, but there's a glut in the system. It hasn't caught up. The price of that system falls down. When gas prices rose up, the demand and cost for huge SUVs drop. Hummer went out. It just, and it all self-regulated. But how do you self-regulate a system that's based on your ability to stay alive? Because you will pay money you don't have to stay alive. It's a brilliant analogy. I'm stealing it. I'm telling you right now. I'm taking it from you. I'm
Go
going
ahead,
to use
take it.
and use it a lot. And then I will credit you the first few times. Then I'm going to say, I thought of this brilliant thing. Let me tell you about it. Take that, Mikayla Ridley. I'm stealing it from you, and then I'm co-opting it entirely. We do have another call, area code 570. Your first name and where you are calling from, please.
Is that me, Jeff? This is Jordy.
Jordy, welcome to the program. Say hello to Mikayla.
Hi, Mikayla. Where's your district?
New York 22, the kind of central cut through upstate New York.
Oh, I didn't know we talked to people from other states.
I do. Well, really, when I Googled it, Mikayla, when I Googled your district, it was the PA state border. You have a straight line at the southern end.
Right.
It proceeds north, kind of turns off to the side a bit, and bypasses around Syracuse. The northernmost is literally the shores of Lake Ontario. So, Jordy, if that helps you, that's about where interstates 81, 84-ish.
Yep.
Huge.
Yes, it's a big, it's
it's huge. Yeah. And most districts in upstate New York are very low, aside from the districts around Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse, and Albany. Most of the districts are pretty, because of the way New York is set up. New York upstate is a bunch of cities an hour and a half to 2 hours away from each other. So the district
and almost nothing in between.
Yeah. So
hey. That's that kind of Pennsylvania talk. There's a lot of.
I was gonna say, I mean, there's significantly less people in between because it's rural and not cities, but important people in between, just many fewer of them.
No, that's great. So Jeff, can I ask Mikayla a question?
Of course, okay? Absolutely.
So, and it's kind of a question for you, Jeff, too. But in my mind, as I sort of am slowly. By the way, Mikayla, I live in rural PA in Union County, and I do a lot of grassroots community and political organizing. But I keep
and when Jordy says a lot, that barely scratches the surface of it. It's when you say a lot, that's. I mean, you're underselling it right there, mate.
Thank you. But I keep kind of, especially since Trump was elected in 2016, I keep trying to find what are the case studies, right? Like, where are the places we could go and be like, aha, that's what we do. So just real quick, I think it was 2017 where in Virginia they either flipped one of the houses or both, or there was a big move in Virginia, and I remember being like, oh, great, because in my mind, Virginia's got a lot of similarities to Pennsylvania, especially the Appalachian Western end. And I'm from East Tennessee, so I kind of feel like I know these Appalachian areas. And then I looked at the map, and all of the gains were Northern Virginia and maybe a little bit around the four cities down around Norfolk and whatever the other three are. Right, but I look at upstate New York, or actually, I'm sorry, all of New York, and I'm pretty similar to Pennsylvania. Do you feel that way? Do you ever look at Pennsylvania and go, oh, that's whatever's going on politically where I am in New York State, there may be parallel things in Pennsylvania that'll be applicable. And let me just give you the counter example, which is I think it's great what happened in Georgia, and I think we should look to it and try and emulate it. But I also keep saying to myself and other people, look, rural Pennsylvania is nothing like rural Georgia. So stop thinking that you can just run the same playbook.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I do think that, especially because obviously just geographically they're so close together, but also the kind of layout of most of Pennsylvania is quite similar to upstate New York, of having kind of cities where there's an hour and a half or 2 hours in between them. And I do think that because of that, what tends to happen in upstate New York districts, especially ones like 20 or for like 22, where it's pretty much 50-50 split population of urban and rural areas, is Democrats kind of tend to go, oh, we'll just focus on the urban areas. That's good enough. We can get enough people there. We can get to 50% there. We'll just ignore the rural areas, let the Republicans have that area because we just don't need them, which is a terrible strategy. And we've seen it play out as a terrible strategy for years, if not decades now. But I think that is definitely one of the interesting factors in upstate New York, is that we don't have rural districts and urban districts. We have a lot of mixed districts, and you really do have to be able to craft your message to appeal to people from all different settings.
Sure. And one thing, and Jeff, you may know a lot about this too. I wonder, I mean, one of the things is like, when I think about Pennsylvania, especially like General Assembly, is there's two things going on. One is, I think there is the kind of geographics, the great sword, you know, that we are getting red areas and blue areas. At the same time, there's the obvious efforts to gerrymander the hell out of that by the Republican Party, at least in these states. But I don't know much about gerrymandering in New York. Has that been a problem? Or maybe Democrats do it because don't they control the state house in Albany?
They do control the legislature currently. And the last time that we redistricted in 2010, we definitely heavily gerrymandered the state to the extent that our district lines were not approved. They were taken to court and we had to redo them. So now we've switched. It is no longer decided on by the legislature. It is decided on by a 10-person committee, which hypothetically is supposed to be bipartisan / nonpartisan and come up with district lines without concern for politics, or at least without intentionally trying to cut certain people out or bring certain people into a district.
Exactly what we're trying to do here, Jordy. They have the commission that we've discussed here in the Commonwealth is now operating in New York State.
Right.
Or at least we're trying it.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Yeah.
And isn't this, though, I know you made the, tongue in cheek about the, do we talk to folks from New York, but isn't it part of our mission, though? And isn't it helpful, really, to understand that even though, well, actually, really, you're not in a terribly different type of place than where Jordy is in central PA, but that some of the issues, Mikayla, that Jordy works on a daily basis, that we talk about on this program on a weekly basis, that I work on through our revolution on a daily basis, even though you and I are in different places geographically, so many of the issues are the same. I can't afford a doctor. I can't afford college. My wages are not keeping up with life. I cannot pay for what I need to pay for and the wages I'm making because my wages are being artificially suppressed or withheld. All of the unions where I live and work have been decimated, if not completely destroyed. The schools, my kids are in a school class with 35 or 40 or more kids with the roof caving in when it should be an up-to-date building or at least well enough maintained, and it really should be 15 to 18 kids. Meanwhile, millions, if not tens of millions, if not billions of dollars are being extracted out of public education in Pennsylvania and sent to for-profit charters. You're in New York, we are in PA, but really are so many of these issues, are they truly any different? They're really not, are they?
I would argue no. I mean, there's certainly some small nuances to exactly how it's affecting certain populations, but fundamentally, that's why I decided to run and started campaigning prior to knowing what the district lines are. We don't know if I live in Endicott, New York, so I live like right on the border of Pennsylvania. Takes me probably 10 minutes to get to the border of Pennsylvania. And I decided to start campaigning without knowing the district lines, even though I could end up in a heavily rural district or a heavily urban district, or at least a much more urban district. We could be moved in with Ithaca and Syracuse, or we could kind of stretch along the southwestern border of the state. But I decided to run without knowing that yet, because we knew fundamentally the problems are the same. How exactly they're affecting people does differ, and a lot of the problems that we're talking about fundamentally are hitting rural populations even harder, because they're kind of just being left out of the political debate as that flyover country. But yeah, I mean, I think so many of the problems that we're facing are universal, and that's really what our campaign platform is no matter what the district lines look like, no matter what the technical current political affiliation of people in the districts, these are the policies that are good for 99% of the population, 99% of any population. Any district lines that get drawn, we know these are the policies that are going to be most beneficial. And what changes is really just the messaging and the tone that you use to convince your particular district to believe that.
And then perhaps on a more micro level, and I absolutely will not speak for Jordy, he's on the line, he can speak for himself. Inside the district, then, the more urban compared to rural, so many of those issues are the same. It still comes down to economy, education, health, safety, and I don't even just mean gun safety, but just general safety. I can drink the water, I can breathe the air, and I'm not going to shot when I walk out my door. Jordy, would you agree then that even though Mikayla and I are we're crossing borders, so many of these issues are fundamental to American society? And then inside of these districts, if you are urban, rural, or urban, suburban, or rural, they still, these issues are fundamental, are they not?
Yeah. So two things. One, I didn't make my joke very good, but I was sort of making fun of our own parochial Pennsylvania, right? Like, or even me. Like, I went from being somebody who 4 and 8 and 30 years ago knew a lot more about sort of national federal trends than I did where I lived, and that's been kind of a journey for me because of what I feel called to do, right? So it's actually a treat to hear Mikayla and sort of hear about other places. So yeah, of course, I think talking to people in New York matters. In terms of those all being the same, I mean, I'll kind of put this out, which is maybe a little bit different and meant to be sort of fodder for discussion. I don't think it matters a lot whether all of these folks in different rural areas agree with those top line issues, because it seems pretty clear that's not what's driving their voting. And so rather than sort of at the national level or the state level, try and hammer out an agenda that we think will be impervious to right-wing attacks or will somehow transcend like the ways in which people vote through the lenses of their lives that they understand, we ought to turn around and just like imagine the Mikaylas and everybody else who runs building their campaigns from the ground up, right? So kind of defining a single 4-issue or 8-issue agenda, I just don't think it matters a lot. Does that make sense? So even if we end up electing people like Mikayla who can work on those, like Mikayla should run on the issues that she thinks are going to work in her area. And if that's the healthcare issue that I heard a bit of, or if it's a wage issue, go for it. So that's kind of my thought on that issue about, right? Like how do we get people in rural areas who are voting to vote Republican to vote in ways that will advance policies that we think people should agree with, or we know they agree with in polling. If we decided elections based on who likes policies, Democrats would be winning all the time.
Are you referencing, Jordy, the single issue voter, the one who might have a discussion with Mikayla and say, yeah, look, I agree with you on all of that, on education, minimum wage, healthcare. I agree with you actually fundamentally on all of that, but you want to kill babies. Is that the people that we're talking about?
No, I actually think, I mean, if I were, Mikayla hired me, not that I'm asking, I'd say don't even worry about those voters. I'd be curious what you say, Jeff, because you seem more political.
I agree. Oh,
I
listen, I agree. I'm never afraid to. I am never, and sometimes I take a perverse enjoyment in engaging those folks, because if you were really truly a small government conservative, the last thing you would want, and you were apoplectic about the ACA, quote unquote, coming between people and their doctors, the last thing you would want is the government coming in and telling a woman what to do with her own body. That said, I kind of agree with you. I do think that the structured, centralized Democratic Party is entirely too concerned with that segment of voters, that no matter what you promise them, that if Mikayla had a cure for cancer, they would somehow not take part in it because she happens to think a woman should have dominion over her own body, so therefore the cancer treatment can't possibly be correct. Or even she's got a D behind her name, so obviously there's something wrong with that. So no, I do think there's a segment of voters that simply cannot be reached. The analogy I've been using lately, and it's not a clean one, is that even Moses and the Israelites had to wander for 40 years in the desert when they defiled God while Moses was up on the mountain getting the commandments, and they wandered until that generation perished. I'm not wishing anyone to perish, but there's a segment in the American electorate now that has been so poisoned that they've got to either be cast out, ignored, or we wait till they pass on to a more peaceful place. And that's a sad statement. It's a sad statement on the American society. But I also don't think that those folks should be ignored to the point that when they speak, we don't have the courage to respond. Not to be triggered to respond and not to be drawn into a response, but to have the courage to say, look, I get you. Except that to look them dead in the face and say, I hear you. I'm listening to you. I think you're wrong. If this one damn thing is the only thing that drives you to vote while you're at home, can't see a doctor, starving, can't keep the roof from leaking, can't keep a car running to get to a job, then sorry, your priorities are absolutely screwed. They're backward. They're upside down. I think we have to have that courage to say that too. And and to even possibly take it a step further and say, look, if your religion, if your faith tells you that abortion is wrong, then no pun intended, God bless you. But in that same faith, in that same religious view, I want you to be able to eat. I want you to eat and be able to afford to do so. What's the most Christian thing you can do? Well, as you do to the least among us, you do to me.
Yourself a Christian?
I'm a Moravian, yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. I was married by a Moravian minister. I'm not Moravian, but he was a friend. Yeah, I mean, I think for you, speaking authentically, that's, what does it mean to be Christian is a conversation. I don't.
That's a program or a series of programs. It's not even a discussion. That's a whole program or a series of them, and I'm inviting you to come for that discussion.
Right. I wouldn't be authentic for me to say this is what Christian values are or aren't. But I think that's kind of going back to what I was saying. I think Mikayla, I was hoping to maybe get her in, but when you look at your race, are you thinking about what are these big bread and butter issues, kitchen table issues that should be the center of my campaign? Or are you thinking, what are the issues that locally people are talking about a lot that I can center my campaign on? I don't know that there's a right answer. I'm just curious.
I mean, certainly both, for the reason you just said, that there's not really a right answer, and you kind of do need to focus on both. I would say I lean a little bit more towards like, this is my platform, and these are the issues that I know are affecting 99% of us, that I know are going to work for 99% of us. And I do definitely focus on local issues as well and address those. But I also think I think about the fact that I am running for Congress, that I am running for the federal government, and there are things that the federal government does not have control over at the local and state level. So I also think about it to that extent of I can be kind of an advocate for certain local or state policies, but running for federal office, there's a reason why we have local and state government, and those are the levels that need to be focused on those issues. So I definitely focus a little bit more on the overall kind of key points on my platform, those issues that do affect everyone, that no matter your district, no matter your state, these are the things that are affecting Americans, because those are the things that I have the ability to do something about in Congress, no matter what my perspective is on local school board decisions and whether or not I want to be a political advocate in that realm. I have no control over that as a congresswoman. I would have no say in that at all. So I tend to focus on what are the things that the federal government really does have the power to do something about.
Right. Sorry. This is because I'm behind the 8 ball. I didn't realize that you're running for congressional office versus state.
Yes. Yep.
I mean, I will say one thing that I think is a real plus for you, and I would tell anybody who's thinking about running, especially for Congress, like if that's something you want to run for, and ideally, you see your role in the public space, not just this cycle, but moving forward, like put your name out there, build your organization, build your contacts, be known. And if the lines are drawn in a way that's like not great for you, like make a decision then. Like, a couple of times in my life where, I've had somebody who's thinking about running for Congress and say, but I'm waiting for the lines to be drawn. My gut reaction is that's a little too opportunistic, like just run.
My reaction as well is like, yeah. Sorry, I cut you off.
So that's okay. Plus, I'm driving, so I'm probably gonna lose coverage. But just especially in rural areas, if I meet somebody, a Democrat, and they're saying, "Well, I'm thinking about running, but I want to see where the lines are drawn," or some other thing that's kind of outside of their control. Like in my mind and in my heart, I'm like, if you want to run for Congress and it's hard in these areas, but you're doing it not just as a one-off. You're trying to build up your brand and your name and your reputation. Just do it because that says a lot about you. And if you put your hat in now and the lines are drawn so that you're drawn with 3 other Democrats, personally as a Democratic voter or primary voter, if you decide to pull out, I'm not going to be like, oh, that was terrible. If you decide to keep going, like I think a good candidate, good communicator will explain their decision. But you're going to spend a couple of months or several months building your campaign network, and then you decide this isn't the time to run, fine. Or you do it, and then you're running against somebody who's really popular, another Democrat or an incumbent, and the state party or whoever is going to say, oh, you shouldn't do that. Give the middle finger and say, like, screw you. The voters get to decide. It's a win-win for a candidate. Like, I just don't get this. Like, if you've got the drive to run for Congress, just do it, and don't overthink it about where the lines are going to be drawn. But like, I haven't been a campaign manager for a Democratic candidate, so don't take my advice. It's free, so it's what it's worth.
But it's good, and I mean, I certainly that was exactly my perspective of it. There are a lot of politicians that are waiting for the lines to be drawn, and I was the exact opposite. I was like, whatever the lines are, I want to serve the community. I want to make these changes that will help everybody. If I'm waiting for the lines to be drawn, I'm basically waiting to see whether everybody, like, I feel like when people are waiting for the lines to be drawn, they're thinking about, okay, well, I'd run if I was in a heavily blue district. I'd run if it was easy to get elected. But that doesn't really make any sense. Like when I was talking to my campaign manager about this, we were like, okay, we could go heavily blue, which could make it easier to win. So I guess that's nice. We could stay purple, which would make it a little bit harder, but still worthwhile. Or actually, there's a part of me that's like, it would be great to be in a red district, because that's where you really have the power to make change. That's where you're really trying to change people's minds about the policies that will actually best serve them. So I talked with my campaign manager from the start, and we agreed we're running. But whatever the district lines are, this is what's good for the people. This is what serves the community. This is what serves anyone in upstate New York. And it's just a matter of we might change our tone a little bit when district lines are switched. But I know this is what we need in Congress on that federal level, the things that are going to help every American across the entire country. And that's not going to change depending on what the district lines are. So I like your advice. I agree with your advice.
Okay, I'll send an envoice. Jeff, does your show end at 8?
It's possible. There's still some questions I have for Mikayla. It depends on whether she stays or not. There's a couple of things we didn't get to go through. We might do a rapid fire on some issues that we didn't get to touch on, but we're a little free and loose here. We'll see how we go. As long as you can keep a signal, Jordy.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm driving back from Tennessee, so it's like, I'm not. It's one of those Sundays where I'm not busy. I can give Jeff's show a call. I'll hop off because the signal might get weird. But it was really nice to meet you, Mikayla.
It was nice to meet you too. Or meet.
Yep.
Yeah. Jordy, thanks for calling and being part of the program. You're always welcome here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Drive carefully, please.
Always good advice.
Let me get to some of the comments actually that were on the Facebook page. Mikayla, if I could, I beg people for comments, so I better not ignore them. Ashley asks, does your district include, I'm never going to pronounce this correctly, Chemung? CHEMUNG.
Is that the name of a county or a city?
I will see if Ashley responds. Let me get a couple other comments while someone I happen to see is somewhat familiar to me, Kristen, says, there is no way to police price fixing. If healthcare is a free market, why would 3 hospitals quote the same price for a CT scan? Nor is there any transparency in how providers or hospitals determine cost. Mikayla.
Repeat that one more time.
It's a comment that came in through the Facebook page. It's not a question, it's strictly a comment, but I would like your reaction.
Gotcha.
There is no way to police price fixing. If healthcare is a free market, then why would 3 separate hospitals quote me the same price for a CT scan? Nor is there any transparency in how providers or hospitals determine cost.
Okay, so I'm trying to just wrap my head around the full context here. So I'm not sure if the commenter is getting at the system isn't currently free market. Is that what they're getting at?
How can we describe the current American health system as affected or determined or regulated, kind of building on the point that you made, as free, quote unquote, free market, when there is obviously massive collusion within that market, when 3 separate and supposedly unaffiliated hospital systems would quote a patient, in this case, Kristen in the chat, to say, I went to 3 separate unaffiliated health or hospital systems for a CT scan, and they all gave me the exact same price.
Yeah.
So clearly the free market and its competition component of, well, I'll do more business because I'll offer the service for cheaper. And that's all part of the the same way that Giant, which is a grocery chain here, might sell a 6-pack of Coke for $4.99, but because ShopRite is trying to increase its business, they might sell it for $3.99. Well, clearly that's not happening in healthcare when unaffiliated sections of the quote unquote system, because I don't think it's a system in any way, shape, or form, but different unaffiliated parts of the system are offering services for exactly the same price.
Yeah, so the reason I asked you to repeat it was because part of me would want to have a conversation here and ask a little bit more about the context of that equal quote, because my guess is it is because the insurance company that you said her name was Kristen?
Yes.
Yeah, my guess is it's because the insurance company has decided what the price of that treatment is at any in-network hospital. So it's not that the hospitals are actually setting that standardized price, it's that that's what the insurance company has decided is the price of that treatment. And if you were on a different insurance, they might have decided a different cost for that same treatment. So it's not quite free market in the same way as something like phone service is free market, because you personally, you're not exactly deciding which thing you want within the system. You have an insurance company and they're deciding what prices are going to be within the system. So
But doesn't that continue then to speak to the fact that it really is not a free market? It is a closed, to use an electrical term, it is pretty much the closed circuit. There's tremendous collusion in the system.
Yes, I mean, and that's certainly part of it as well, of essentially the hospitals have agreed on a certain, like, if it's not the insurance issue, if it is that the hospitals themselves have truly agreed on a set price, that can also happen in any other system. You might find that groceries are, like, a 6-pack of Coke or whatever is the exact same price at many different grocery stores, because that's functionally the set points that they have come to. I'm thinking of all the different, like, follow-up questions that I want to ask Kristen to get a better sense of her comment. But yeah, I mean, it definitely, it is a symptom of the rigged, quote, system, unquote, for sure, because that really has to do with private insurance companies negotiating with hospitals and negotiating with pharmaceutical companies and the companies that make medical devices and things like that, and kind of deciding what the prices of these things are going to be. But it's not the same as when we as kind of consumers determine the price of something by basically saying how much we want to pay for it. The insurance company is saying how much you're going to have to pay for it if you want to live. So I would want to, I can't quite tell if she's trying to argue more so with me, or if she's support. That's what I'm
I
trying
think
to say.
I think it's more about just stating a fact that there is
Okay.
no competition in the system.
Okay.
The free market has a competitive element to it. It's
okay. I'm getting more. Okay.
It's that there's, we don't just have, well, we do now. I mean, there's been massive market consolidation, but if Walmart's the only game in town, Target moves in. It's competitive. If McDonald's is the only one there, Burger King moves in. I mean, the fact that they're destroying purposefully and squeezing out and choking the life out of all the local businesses is probably a different discussion, but it's about competitiveness. It's about choice. But at the end of the day, there really isn't much of a choice. If you're working for employer A and the plan that they offer you is from United Healthcare, then that's not choice.
Yeah.
You are then subject to what United Healthcare is willing to cover, and at the levels at which they are willing to cover it. And I'm not sure at this point how much negotiating is actually happening between United Healthcare and the Lehigh Valley Health Network or St. Luke's or Geisinger or whatever the major hospital system is by you, whether it's a university, it's a university system or a private system or what. I think we're speaking more to the fact that there really isn't a hell of a lot of competitiveness in the system, which is always what the free marketers, overwhelmingly Republicans, will tell you is driving down the cost in the system. The costs are not going down. The only thing that the ACA truly did for costs was slow the rate of increase. It did not decrease anything.
Yeah. Okay. So I think I'm understanding her comment. So I talked kind of earlier in the show about how a free market system in healthcare is a bad idea. And her point is we don't even have that.
Right,
That bad
exactly.
plan,
We're lacking even the
even
basics
worse
of
than that.
that.
Okay.
We're lacking even the basic principles of free market. There's no competitiveness.
Yeah.
There's no negotiating. There's no negotiations. Gosh, even when you go to buy for a car, you can haggle a little bit.
Yeah.
You can't do any of that in the healthcare system, can you?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's, I think that's and that's the argument a lot of people make about healthcare is no, we wouldn't want government healthcare because private healthcare gives you choice. Doesn't really.
But exactly, it doesn't.
Okay, so I was it took me a while to figure out what her point was, but yes, yeah, I would fully agree with that. The idea of a free market healthcare system is problematic enough, but we don't even have that. We have a few we basically have monopolies on life-saving care, and that's not gonna end well.
A monopoly deciding quite literally what your lifespan is. How do you like that?
Yeah.
You know, it is almost science fiction apocalyptic apocalyptic type stuff, that science fiction type stuff. Corporations are deciding for you how long you live. It's post apocalyptic. It's damn near fiction. It's almost, if you read it in a book, if it was a Fahrenheit 451 type thing, you would think it was what an odd story that is, what a creepy story that is, except that we're living it. It's 8:05 Eastern time here on the Kennedy Effect for the 27th of 2021. Our guest, Mikayla, has been and is an absolute rock star. As we enter hour 4, we have kept her a very long time. We are going to try to keep this down, perhaps into maybe our last half hour, so that she can go back to her life. I'm sure she's just about done by now, or about worn out. I think I might be worn out by now. I'm out of shape, kids. There's been too many weeks off. I'm out of shape. I'm getting lazy. But I wanted to let me just remind you all, wherever you are on Facebook, the home group Facebook page is That Other Side of Information. There's been some fantastic conversations and comments going on in there, a couple which more, Mikayla, I want to read to you. 267-227-9189 is the phone number, and it is open. We've had 2 phone calls, my goodness, and we're all still here. I need to check outside to see if it's snowing. We've had 2 phone calls, and we're all still alive. Isn't it wonderful? Isn't interaction wonderful, folks? Pick up the phone. It's okay. You can do it. We want you. We're asking you to do it. 267-227-9189. 267-227-9189. Mikayla, a couple more. I need to find them now. Darn it. A couple more comments, if I could please.
And while you're finding the other comments, I did look it up. Chemung is not in our district. They are just over the border in, I believe, New York 23.
There you go.
Yeah.
There it is. Okay. Comment from Ashley, who asked about Chemung, by the way. 2007 to 2011. So tiny bit dated, decade old, but still, I think, a very valid point. The state with the largest drop in abortion was, I'm seeing it now, was Delaware at 67% drop. They did not remove clinics or legislate against abortion. Isn't the actual truth of the matter that if we wanted to reduce abortions in this country, which, by the way, is something I can get behind, I think very easily, and I think most pro-choice folks can get behind without hesitation, if we want to reduce the number of abortions, doesn't this then come down to the actual opposite of what the pro-life movement wants, to give women more education, more options, more dominion over their own bodies?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, it's nothing about it is surprising when you think about, if you want to lower the number of abortions, you don't make abortions illegal, you put systems in place that would prevent unwanted pregnancies in the first place. That's the goal. I think anybody, I think the vast majority of pro-choice people like myself would, agree that in an ideal world, there would be no abortions, or at least very, very few. But you don't get there by making it a crime. That, like, there's so much evidence that shows making abortion illegal does not make abortions less common. It makes them less safe. It makes them happen outside of a doctor's office, outside of the healthcare system, in ways that can very often kill people. So when you're talking about the issue of abortion, and again, I'm all for less abortions. I would like as few as possible, but that it's not about legislating whether or not they're allowed. It's about making sure that women have access to healthcare, that women have access to birth control, and that women get sex education in schools, and that these are all. And I'm saying women. I shouldn't be. Anybody with a uterus should have access to these tools that will prevent unwanted pregnancies in the first place. I mean, when I think about abortion, while I am 100% in favor of it is your body, it is your choice, whatever opinion I might have, it's not relevant because it's not my body. Every time that I think about an abortion happening, any circumstance that would lead to an abortion, my thought is something in that process should have been stopped so that we never got to the point of abortion. Birth control should be completely 100% effective, completely free to everyone, side effect free. If we had that, that would lower abortions dramatically. Things like rape should never happen. In an ideal world, that would never happen. You would never be put in a circumstance like that. In an ideal world, every single fetus would be perfectly healthy, and there would never be a reason to terminate because of the health of the baby or the health of the mother. There would never be a circumstance where a mother that desperately wanted kids couldn't have the baby because it would kill her to bring the baby to term. Every single circumstance that I think of with abortions, there's something that I wish had happened instead. But we don't live in a perfect world. There are a lot of things we can do to make it better. But yeah, I mean, I am all in favor of as few abortions as possible, but we do that by changing the system. We don't just do it by making it a crime to get healthcare.
We have not had the opportunity to speak about environment.
Mhm.
Maybe quick hitter if we want to end up at 8:30, maybe quick hitter. Green New Deal, yay or nay?
Yay. Definitely yay.
Would you agree with me then, in my British parliamentary style of questioning, would you agree with me that the genius, nothing short of it, by the way, the genius of the Green New Deal is the use, and that might not even be the right word, the use of the existential crisis that is global climate destruction to reinstitute the policies, the proven successful policies of the New Deal. Isn't that really the genius behind it?
I think there are so many great things about the Green New Deal, and I agree. It's one of the times, and Democrats tend to be bad at this. We tend to be bad at naming things and bad at hashtags. We're generally not very good at that, but this is an exception. That was a brilliant name for the policy because the New Deal is something that we have tried before that worked. It created the best economy the country's ever had. We went to the moon. It worked. We know it works before. Like, we have hard evidence that the New Deal works, and the Green New Deal is meant to build off of that. It's meant to say those same principles, that same idea, but also let's not have the world catch on fire. All the economic things, plus we'd like to still have a planet. It's important to us to have a planet.
Tougher one, and it's one that I disagree with or get disagreement from many Democrats, if not nearly all of them. Tariffs. We had a complete tariff and import tax system in this country from the George Washington administration. It goes back to Alexander Hamilton's reports on manufacture, the building of a manufacturing society by using tariffs. If we had a domestic industry that made these paintings, and they're also made in Great Britain, especially at the time of the Revolution, but they were made in Great Britain at half the cost, we would then tax those imports to bring that cost to an equal level, therefore stimulating the domestic industry. The Reagan administration completely dismantled our tariff and import tax system. By the way, the tariff and import tax system 100% funded the federal government up until the 19-teens when the first income tax was instituted, because the government had grown beyond the ability for tariffs to pay for it. And there was a war coming. The First World War was coming, and we had to pay for that too in anticipation. But we funded the entire federal government on tariffs. There's the story that President Washington, or he wasn't quite president yet, but was going to be sworn in, wanted to be sworn in an American suit, but no one made suits because it was illegal. The wool, the cotton, et cetera, had to be shipped to Great Britain, where it was produced into finished goods and sent back. And by the way, the colonists paid to have that shipped to Great Britain. They paid to have it milled, and then paid taxes on it again to buy it back in their own colony. The United States has an average tariff of 2%. Japan, 25, South Korea, 35. We're the only ones that unilaterally dismantled our tariff system. Do we need to reinstitute this system to truly defend and even potentially grow domestic industry? And wouldn't those tariffs, on to take it a step further, perhaps, and I can't say this definitively, but perhaps actually protect American industry from one of the universal things that folks can agree on, left and right, that would be intellectual property theft by predominantly the Chinese. That's a heavy one.
Yes.
And not one what you were expecting.
No, it was not.
But I actually think it's an issue that progressives and New Deal Democrats are uniquely positioned to take. If we simply understand the issue, do the homework we need to understand the issue, and explain it, because so much of what Democrats do is education, because our policies don't fit on a bumper sticker. They're not 3 words long. Mm-hmm. We actually have to take the time to educate the electorate, and sometimes re-educate the electorate. I think this happens to be an issue that progressives are uniquely positioned to lead on. Do you have an opinion? I'm absolutely hitting you out of left field with it, but do you have an opinion on it? Or at a minimum, do you understand the concept I'm trying to argue for?
I do understand that, or at least I have an opinion on what you're trying to argue. I think the challenge with tariffs is that the economy is complex enough within the United States. And then when you try and bring out the global economy, trying to figure out, okay, what is going to make the global economy work well is extremely challenging. I will admit I would want to do more research on the exact economic impacts of those specific kinds of tariffs. My main thought is the economy, like in the United States, it needs to be a system. The idea that the American economy will be strongest if we don't take imports, or if we don't work with other economies, isn't really true. So when I think about the economy within the United States, we can't just say, okay, well, New York City will have a good economy and they'll just, upstate New York will make it work. We need the economy to work across the entire country. You can't have, well, this little pocket will have a good economy And who cares about the rest? If the rest of the country doesn't have a good economy, it will affect any other pocket. So I think of global economy in that same way. I don't think it's necessarily beneficial to the United States economy to try and isolate and to not take imports or to lessen imports from other countries. I think a lot of my policy stances also come from what are other major world countries doing, and is it working or is it not? And I will admit that tariffs is one of the issues that I have not looked into as much. So I would want to research that more before having a firm stance. But my instinct is the same as the instinct that I would apply to the US economy of it's not necessarily bad for an economy to have imports and exports, as long as there's an even trade, essentially, as long as we are importing as much as we are exporting, that it can be really good for the economy. So I think a lot of it also comes down to balancing our tariffs and the way that we approach that with the countries that we are exporting products to.
Infrastructure. What does it mean to you? There's been a lot of debate during these infrastructure negotiations about what constitutes infrastructure. There's the classic definition of roads, bridges, highways, airports. There's a bit of a in-between, yet more modern definition of everything I've just listed, but also including the power grid, water systems, etc. And there's, dare I say, a truly progressive definition out of the Biden administration, which includes childcare. It includes education. It includes what he's referred to as personal infrastructure. Where are you on infrastructure?
I would definitely lean towards the third definition. And I will say that that has changed just in recent years because, you know, the terminology was never something I paid a lot of attention to. I kind of talked about it in that way, but didn't necessarily call it infrastructure. But I do think there's a lot of sense to that more progressive notion of infrastructure being not just physical infrastructure, but societal infrastructure. It's the structure of our society, the structure of our healthcare system and of our education system and of our prison system. And I do think there's a lot of merit to expanding that definition, because when we're talking about those services like healthcare and education and things like that, we are talking about services. We are talking about like part of the reason why every other country on the planet, every other wealthy country on the planet this is because it's basic societal structure. Things like, you know, iPhones and stuff like that, and where you want to go into Disney World and stuff like that, that's not basic societal structure. That can kind of operate in its own system, but there are services that everybody needs to just keep functioning. And we oftentimes think of those as like roads and things like that and transportation, but it makes sense to expand the definitions of infrastructure to any service that people need in order to keep functioning. So it should include things like healthcare and childcare and education and all that.
Contrary to what some on the right would have you believe, the Constitution is not written or set up with the overriding intention of protection of the minority. Anywhere in this country, if you have 3 people in a room and ask them to vote on anything, nowhere does the one vote win.
Right.
What kind of, and I guess I'm kind of talking about the filibuster, which as you running in the House of Representatives would have no control over.
Exactly.
But what about this deeper general idea that the minority has to be respected and protected. Oddly enough, that seems to only be the case when Republicans are in the minority.
Exactly.
And they certainly
That's
don't
my first instinct is that only seems to apply to one very specific minority.
They certainly only seem to bitch about it when they're in the minority. And when Democrats are in the majority, well, then let's be honest, there's enough people in Congress who just as soon shoot everyone who's a Democrat and kill them dead on the floor. And several of them are in the House. You may have the quote unquote privilege of serving with some of them. Tell me what you think about this very recent, but what I perceive to be a skewed perception that the minority must be protected.
So
and I'm not so sure, maybe protected is the wrong word, but it is interesting how when Republicans are in the majority, suddenly you're not respecting us, you're not protecting us, you're running roughshod over us, when that is exactly what they do.
Yeah. So I mean, definitely my main instinct is just that when Republicans talk about minorities' voices needing to be heard, they're referring to one very specific minority, and that has been true since the founding of the country. The idea of the House and Senate and the idea of our electoral college was we need to protect the minority, not referring to actual minorities, referring to the white Christian men that lived in rural areas versus the white Christian men that lived in urban areas. That was the minority that they were referring to, and it's why our system of government is set up this way, to protect that minority. No other minority, like with things like the electoral college, basically with the way that the states are set up, there's a minority that's being given extra votes that's not applied to any other minority. It's specifically rural voters. Black voters aren't getting a disproportionately higher vote. They're actually getting a disproportionately lower vote. Women aren't getting a higher vote. People like me, people that are bisexual or people that are trans, they're not getting a higher vote. Like, that minority isn't being protected in any way. So it definitely seems disingenuous to me when Republicans talk about the filibusters protecting the minority, especially because even without the filibuster in the Senate, we still have minority rule. Even without the filibuster, even with a 50-50 split, and that simple majority being enough to pass legislation, the Republicans still have a huge advantage in the Senate because the Senate gives power to landmass versus people, which is not a great system. But the filibuster makes that significantly worse. I think the minority that needs to be protected more is the one that is not. The minorities in the current sense of demographic minorities. And the general, I think one of the things that was done well, and I would say this because it's done virtually the same way in most other democracies around the country, was in order to protect minorities, we don't have an exact democracy. We don't have straight democracy. People don't vote down the line on everything. People vote for representatives who will then go and legislate on their behalf. And part of the idea behind that was that a representative would be more willing to converse with and understand different perspectives and kind of protect the minority with their vote. They would be more willing to work as a group and find the solution that was appealing to everybody versus just voting in their own best interest. The idea was also that they would be significantly better versed on the issues because that would be their job, was to understand the issues, not just to the extent of I checked Twitter when I got home and heard this thing, but like genuinely my job, what I do for 40 hours a week or more is understanding this bill and the pros and cons and whether or not we should pass it. So I definitely think minority rights need to be protected, but in our current system, the only minority we are protecting is Republicans, which is
50. The 50 Republican senators represent 37% of the population. That's probably all you need to know. that 37% of the population is controlling every piece of legislation and every bit of business that the federal government does. Minority. It's minority rule. I think we might be among the many, many things that makes the United States unique. The fact that we grant so much power to the minority is it's antithetical to democracy at a minimum. And again, it is interesting that protection and the fervor of such protection is only given when it is Republicans in the minority. Is it time to expand Congress?
I would definitely argue yes. The House of Representatives for sure needs to.
The last time that the House was expanded, it was capped at 435 in 1913.
13. Okay. Yeah.
And is it time? And increasingly, just that each representative has represented more and more and more and more people. I believe that the number of citizens or number of residents, I shouldn't say citizens, residents, that each individual House member represents is now somewhere on the order of 740,000. Is it time to expand the number of representatives in the House of Representatives?
Yes. And
time to expand the number of justices on the Supreme Court to a minimum, I would say, of 15.
I would say yes. However, with the court, I've had several conversations about this with our research lead on the campaign, because he and I like smart people that disagree with me, so he and I go back and forth on this one a lot.
The fact that you have a research lead
speaks
volumes.
We have a research lead and our deputy research lead. So
I can't tell you, as somebody who consults for a living, as part of my many livings, the fact that you have a research lead puts you, oh God, light years above so many other candidates. But I interrupted you. I apologize.
Oh, no worry. But yeah, he's brilliant. And he and I talk about politics all the time. And he is more in favor of expanding the court. I'm in favor of expanding it, but I don't think it's necessarily a good idea to expand it for partisan advantage. I understand the reason why, because basically the Republicans stole several of the current seats. So basically Democrats need to steal back a little bit. But I also see the main problem with that of, okay, but if you expand the court to make it more Democratic.
It has been done in the past.
It has been done in the past. So I'm in favor of expanding the court. My caveat is I would not be in favor of expanding to 13 people and having Democrats fill all of those positions right now. I would be in favor of expanding the court and saying, okay, current Congress adds 2 more people. Next Congress will add 2 more people. Next Congress will add 2, like spacing it out so that because I think there's merit to having a bigger court in general, regardless of partisan advantage. The thing that my research lead, Justin, who again, he's brilliant. I love talking with him about stuff like this, but his point was when Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, because 9 people determined the entire future of the country, the death of one person shook the bedrock of politics. Like, people freaked out because this one person would change the political game for the next 30 years. And that inherently is a problem. So I think the court should just be bigger, regardless of exactly the timeline and how exactly we fill those additional seats. I think it should just be bigger. I think there's a debate to whether or not the Democrats should try and force in enough people right now to gain back the majority. I think that has some risks to it, but the idea of just in general, the court should be bigger. It should.
At the time of the founding of the country, a lifetime appointment to the judiciary was considered to be a check and balance on the other 2 branches because they had to constantly run for new terms. And also a lifetime appointment meant maybe into your 50s, your 60s if you were lucky.
Yeah,
we now
lifetime was a different length.
Right. We now have justices that are, Justice Breyer is 82. if we could not possibly agree to expand the court, is it time to change the Constitution to time limit, age limit the court?
I would argue, yes, it's gonna be a whole lot harder. And that's essentially the idea behind expanding the court. Is expanding the court we can do right now. We can do that immediately. We do not have to amend the Constitution.
Correct.
We can do that, and that would help a lot immediately. But I do think that, yeah, we need term limits, or at the very least, there needs to be essentially a re-review, that after a certain number of years, similar to an election, after a certain number of years, it is evaluated, are you still the best fit for this position? I think the general concept of a lifetime appointment to a position of massive political power is just a bad idea. So I would be in favor of term limits, but at the very least, I would be in favor of re-reviewing candidates after, say, 10 years on the bench.
One of the checks and balances built into the Constitution is that it is Congress. It is the Article 1 branch, the first among equals, that shall regulate the courts. Would you be, I'm now knighting you and putting you on the floor of the House of Representatives to vote on HR fill in the blank. And inside that HR, the author of the bill has included a sentence that the Constitution provides complete right and power for Congress to do. This legislation shall not be subject to review by the Supreme Court. Do you vote for it?
I wouldn't. I mean, I would want to obviously see the full context of the bill, but the idea of checks and balances.
Let's make it Medicare for all. This legislation shall not be subject to review by the Supreme Court. Let's make it the For the People Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. This legislation shall not be subject to review by the Supreme Court. Do you support it?
I don't think that I could, because the nature is the checks and balances, the ability, the fact that one.
But that is a check and balance. It is a power given Congress over the courts. And judicial review, let's remember, is a power assumed itself by the Supreme Court. It is not spelled out in the Constitution. Judicial review in and of itself does not exist in the Constitution. It is a power assumed by the Supreme Court. It took it upon itself. It also provides Congress the power to say that this legislation does not and shall not be reviewed by the courts, period, end of story. Or is it just a monkey wrench that it would depend on what the legislation is, which in and of itself could be a slippery slope? I know these are difficult questions, but you're smart and you're running for a big position.
I want to, you should be asking difficult questions. And I mean, there's the instinct, there's kind of two different instincts in my mind. There's the one that says I get deeply frustrated with Democrats in Congress who get so obsessed with doing the right thing that they don't get anything done, that they get so obsessed with looking like the good guy and doing things the proper way that they don't get anything done. And Republicans are manipulating the system to their will, and Democrats are trying to look like the good guy and take the moral high road, and they're walking away from the table with the moral high ground and nothing else. And I get deeply frustrated with that. So there is a part of me that says, okay, it doesn't feel good, but if it's what's necessary to do the right thing for the people. And the reason why that also comes to mind is because our current court was so heavily packed by Republicans that
and through very dodgy
Congress is representing the people and the Supreme Court is not. They're not representing the will of the people right now, and Congress is.
Well, maybe two last questions in the courts. Is it time then to expand the federal district courts? My favorite example, although I do think I get the number wrong on occasion, the 9th District Court covers all of Alaska, all the way down to San Francisco. The federal benches have not been, they've been set at 12, I think it's 12 districts, since the mid 1800s. Is it time to expand the district courts and have President Biden fill them?
I agree with the first part. I think it makes sense to expand the courts. There's always the challenge with have President Biden fill all of them of, okay, what would happen when a Republican president inevitably takes power again?
Well, haven't we already seen that? Don't we already know what they're going to do?
Right. Yeah, and I mean there is a limit to how big the court system should be, but I would certainly.
Well, at the time that those districts were set, there was the population of the nation was, I want to say, 110 million. We're now at 330 million.
Right. Same with the House.
Absolutely.
The population has tripled, and yeah, I mean, with district, I would apply the same logic that I would to expanding the number of people in the House of Representatives. A district of 750,000 people is just too big. One person can't represent 750,000 people. When they wrote the Constitution, they thought districts were going to be 30,000 people, and they added a little note to make sure that they didn't get smaller than that. That was their concern, is districts being too small because they were less than 30,000 people. Now we've got 750,000 people, and that's just too big. And I would apply that same logic to the federal courts, that in order for the system to work properly, you do need more localized, you need smaller districts in order to actually represent and function for that district. So I would be in favor of expanding, but I would be hesitant about exactly how to fill those seats, because, you know, when a Republican president takes power again, they would just expand it and fill it with their represent, and that's the challenge that we deal with in all of politics. Is you got to think about what's going to happen the next time, and the risk, the cost benefit analysis of, is this worth it for the repercussions?
Is that alone a reason not to pursue a policy? The fear of what the opposite side will do when they are in power, and they will inevitably come to power again, whether they do it through legitimate reasons or nefarious reasons. Eventually they will come back to power. Is that in and of itself enough reason to not seek certain policies?
I would say no, because there are policy, like things like passing voting rights and issues like that,
or Medicare for all.
Yeah, or Medicare for all. I mean, these are things that would universally help people. And yes, the Republicans, when they're in power, they could come, but part of the idea is you have to, when you have the power, you have to do enough with that power that it matters. Like, and that's what the Democrats aren't doing right now. Technically speaking, we control the House and the Senate and the White House, but we're not doing anything with that power out of fear that if we do anything, we'll get backlash from the Republicans in the next round. But
that backlash is coming no matter what.
Exactly. And that's kind of why my perspective is more so, yeah, the backlash is coming no matter what. If they're gonna knock you 3 steps back no matter what, you might as well move forward 5 steps. So that would generally be my perspective, but obviously it comes down to nuance and the exact policy. But
and that's right, and it's one difference again between us and they is nuance. We happen to know, we understand we understand that there is nuance. DC statehood.
Yes, absolutely. DC statehood as well as Puerto Rico. Yes.
What about the other territories? The Virgin Islands, Guam, Midway, so on. And what about the other territories? Do they not deserve statehood as well? We seem to forget about them. And I don't mean that in an accusatory type tone, but we talk about DC and Puerto Rico. What about all of the other territories? Do they not deserve statehood?
Yeah, so the other territories are a bit more of a challenge. I definitely think the other territories, they deserve citizenship and the ability to vote for president, which most of them do not currently have.
If anything, Representative Plaskett showed us that the Democratic non-able to vote representative from the Virgin Islands is that
right.
these islands deserve representation. I understand that there are some geographical challenges. If you grouped all of the Pacific Island territories and made them a state with, representation and whatnot, senators too, by the way, remember, let's not forget 2 senators, and perhaps grouped the remaining Atlantic or Caribbean territories. But I guess I ask really from that standpoint is that we talk about DC and Puerto Rico when we seem to forget these other territories. There's folks living there too.
Yeah, and for me, it's not about and I think about those territories, and yeah, if DC and Puerto Rico, why not them? And I think the main reason for me, and I think the main argument that people would make against that is they are actually smaller populations than our current smallest states. So there's some level of logic there too. Is this too small of a population to call it a state? Would it make more sense to either give them representation or to give them, citizenship and
but remember, that's exactly the entire Dakota Territory had only half the people it needed at current law to become a state. But it was Harrison. No, it was before the Civil War. Oh, goodness. Who split them into 2 and made them 2 states and admitted them without the requisite population because he wanted 4 more Republican senators.
Right.
So there is precedent for doing this. Again, perhaps it's a matter of amalgamate, that's the wrong word, conglomerating the remaining Pacific Islands, American Samoa, Guam, Midway, et cetera, et cetera. You are now the state of Pacifica. I don't know. I mean, pick a whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just that, Puerto Rico can hold it. DC clearly can. DC already has more population than I think.
2 states. Puerto Rico has more population than
2 states, but DC has more than that.
No, I know.
DC, 13 states, I think. 12 or 13 states. DC has more people.
No, DC has more population. DC is much smaller than Puerto Rico. DC is about.
But its population, I think, is in the 660,000, 700,000 range. It might be over 1 million by now.
But Puerto Rico is.
That's more than Wyoming. It's more than Idaho. It's more than Montana. It's more than Vermont. It's more than New Hampshire. It's more.
You're making me want to double check, but I think it's the opposite. DC has a bigger population than 2 states. Puerto Rico with 3.1 million people. Puerto Rico has over 3 million people. They have more population than I think about 15 states. I want to check.
Well, then I will put the caveat that I might have it backward. I think I may be flipping
that. I believe DC has a bigger population than Wyoming, and I'd have to double check what the other state is, but I believe DC is bigger than 2 states, and Puerto Rico is bigger than, I believe, about 15. I would need to double check my math. And again, I don't think that because the other ones are smaller that they automatically don't deserve statehood. It's more so that at least with those ones, I understand the arguments. The argument against DC and Puerto Rico statehood is basically just, I don't want DC to have senators. They're Democrats.
And it's a majority black city.
They're not white. Like that's the only argument against them. I understand the argument about how a state should have to be a certain number of people, and do we want a state that is that small with the other territories? But you're right. There is precedent for we've done that before. But like my point is, like, I understand at least the argument there is neither partisan nor racist. It is a logical pattern, at least, versus with DC, it's just they don't want more Democrats in the Senate, and Puerto Rico,
exactly,
don't think of Puerto Rico.
Even though there's no guarantee, by the way, that Puerto Rico would go strictly Democratic.
Exactly, yeah. Puerto Rico representation more so has to do with just general racism that we don't.
Exactly. Yeah. And classism, they're not us.
Yeah, exactly.
They're Puerto Ricans. They're not Americans.
It's amazing to me the number of people that don't know that. I read
That they don't know that Puerto Ricans are Americans. Yeah, and no, I know. We tend to think of it as flying off to a foreign country, or you know, and you know, I'm gonna get some flack for this, but Puerto Ricans will do it themselves. What are you? I'm Puerto Rican. You're American as well. I understand if you don't feel fully vested in the country, because I'm not sure that the country has ever fully vested you. And we are a group of
too. We say we're New Yorkers.
Oh yeah, we are a group of mutts. I mean, we're all mutts, anyway, and we do all lean back on our heritage. I'm Irish. Kristen's Ukrainian. We do look back on our heritage, but Puerto Ricans sadly have not. I don't think have ever felt the integration into American society that they deserve.
Right.
Or enough to make them feel right. Yeah. Or enough to make them feel American here, right in the gut. Yeah. A really horrible last question. We're at 10 minutes before the hour, and I want to give you the floor to end the program. And this is a terrible last question.
Okay.
But you probably get it out on the trail.
Okay.
Define and defend socialism.
Okay. So socialism, true socialism, full socialism, which virtually no country on the planet actually operates at full socialism. Full socialism is the idea that everybody is equal, no matter what you do, no matter how hard you work, everybody gets the same amount of money because every life is.
I would argue that is communism, although most of Western Europe operates on democratic socialism. Socialism for me is anything inherently that we all pay into for something that we cannot provide for ourselves. We cannot be our own fire protection. We cannot be our own police protection. We cannot be our own military. We cannot pave our own streets, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's anything that we all pay into a collective pot to provide a service for the greater good. And again, I would point to the commons. We can't be our own library. We can't be our own public schools. I would define it as anything like that. I deeply respect the difference in the definitions. I think it's much more simpler than that. I think when you're talking about an entire population of complete egalitarianism, you're talking about communism. That said, you are going to be, in all likelihood, especially when, wink, wink, you become the nominee, you will have to defend, because this label has been thrust upon us, like so much of our existence as Democrats, where we are being defined and not doing any of the defining. You will probably have to define or defend that term. And I wish I'd been smart enough to remember a whole pitcher of water like you did, because I'm going dry. We're gonna end. So I really wish I should have. I really wish I had a tap right next to me. But how do you defend socialism? I defend it with that definition. Everything that we pay into as a collective to provide for the greater good or provide for things that we cannot provide ourselves is inherently socialism. The single largest and most expensive socialistic institution on the planet is the United States military. So I need to be snappier with my explanation, because I was about to get to that. So when I talk about socialism, I talk about the idea of socialism versus capitalism kind of being these two far ends of the spectrum, and democratic socialism is the middle ground between the two. Because technically, the socialism and communism has to do with whether or not the government owns all property. But technically, full socialism is bad for the economy. It would be bad for innovation. But democratic socialism is not full socialism. It's enough of socialism for firefighters and hospitals and education. It's enough of socialism for basic services, and capitalism for everything else. That's the system that virtually every other wealthy country in the world uses, is democratic socialism, or because in the United States, we've been taught to think of socialism as a dirty word. We don't tend to use that. We tend to call ourselves progressives or things like that. But democratic socialism is the moderate
middle ground stance between two extreme economic structures, both of which are bad. Extreme socialism would be bad, extreme capitalism would be bad. Democratic socialism is the balancing act of just enough of each that nobody's dying of things that they don't need to die from, but also you still have innovation and reason to work hard and go to work for longer hours. It's enough of both sides. So that's why I initially defined socialism as like the furthest left definition, because pure socialism would be that. But the socialism that people like me and like AOC and Bernie Sanders are advocating for is democratic socialism, which is actually a little bit of socialism.
Was the New Deal democratic socialism?
I would say yes.
I would argue that we've had, especially when Senator Sanders was running, and to a lesser extent when AOC was running, that, you know, oh, democratic socialism, you know, you're just trying to put a spin on it. But I would make the argument that history shows us we had a democratic socialist president in this country. He was so damn popular, he got elected 4 times.
Yeah.
And Republicans were so afraid of him, they had a chance, and some Democrats were so afraid of him, especially Southern Democrats, which were still the segregationist party at that time, were so afraid of him, they had to change the Constitution to make sure that it never happened again.
Yep.
I would argue again, even though we tend to freak out sometimes about these semantical titles and labels, we did this. In fact, democratic socialism works so well.
Mm-hmm.
We instituted it all over the European continent during the Marshall Plan and during European Reconstruction, when there were no functioning governments left across half to 2/3 of the continent. We did that.
Yeah.
So if it's good enough for them, why isn't it good enough for us? Especially when we had it before.
Yeah. I think a big part of it comes down to Republicans really, really like to portray Democrats as the left so that they can portray themselves as the right and tell people to meet in the middle. But Democrats are moderates, and that it's intentionally done that way. The narrative is intentionally spun that way to talk about the Democrats as being the left or being socialists, because it does make sense to meet in the middle to balance out the two sides of any given economic policy. But currently, we're balancing out the middle ground that progressive Democrats or democratic socialists or whatever you want to call it have come to over the entire history of our country. We're balancing the middle ground with the far right. That's what's happening in Congress. And they're intentionally trying to spin it that way because everybody tends to lean towards the middle. Everybody likes the middle ground solution. So they want democratic socialism to be seen as the left so that the middle becomes less far right, but still heavily far right. So it's definitely, it's amazing how much the terms that we use affect the political debate. You would think we wouldn't have to focus on that so much, but that really, so many people decide who they're going to vote for based on a couple of words, a couple of phrases, a couple of identities that they use to describe their candidacy. And Republicans have spent a lot of time portraying Democrats as left for that reason.
Well, you have been an absolute rock star for nearly 4 solid hours.
I can talk about politics. I love it.
I have to ask you, did it feel that long?
It really doesn't. It really doesn't. I mean, and I knew that going, because I know, like,
I've never had a single guest tell me that it felt that long. Never once. Not one guest has told me, holy crap, like just 20 minutes has felt like a lifetime. No, they usually tell me at the end of 1, 2, 3, 4 hours that, whoa, really, that went that fast?
Yeah.
We are at 8:58. We're going to end the program, but I want to do for you what I try to do for every single guest that comes in the program. And I give you the floor completely unchallenged. And I will do my absolute best not to interrupt you again, as I punch the mic again. please give everyone your contact. How do they contact the campaign? How do they follow you? How do they donate? Where do they find you? Where do they find the platform? All that stuff. And if there are any issues that we did not get to touch on, or that you feel we didn't get to, or you didn't get to answer completely, I open the floor to you for that as well. So please, the floor is yours.
Awesome. So I'm running for Congress in New York's 22nd Congressional District, and I would love to talk to you about any of your, even if you're outside of the district. I love talking to people about politics. I like smart people that disagree with me. So we would love for you to reach out to us and at the very least get to know our campaign better. So ridleyforcongress.com. So RIDLEY forcongress.com. That's our main website.
Is it for FOR or for four?
FOR. Yes, I know some people use the number 4. Right. So Ridley FOR Congress.com. Our Facebook is at Ridley for Congress, spelled that same way. Twitter is at Ridley for NY22. And Instagram, to just make life more interesting, is the number 4. It is Ridley, the number 4 Congress.
Oh, that's where you threw a monkey wrench into it.
Yes, I know. Well, we wanted so bad to have the same name across all platforms, but there's a character limit. Okay, couldn't quite make that work. So Instagram is the number 4, but our Facebook and website are the FOR spelling. And if you want to reach out to our campaign directly, our email is team@ridleyforcongress.com. All of our contact information, as well as all of our social media sites and all that, are on our website as well. So we would love to talk to you. We'd love to hear from you and set up even a time for you and I to chat one-on-one. I clearly enjoy doing that because I've been doing it for the last 4 hours. But yeah, I mean, I think we definitely, we touched on a lot of different policies throughout the platform. I think we covered most of the basics of my platform, but I would say the main takeaway from my platform is that I think we need more people in Congress who genuinely represent average American citizens. I think we've had it in our head for a long time that congressional representatives and senators, and these are people that are above us and that they are supposed to be above us, that they're supposed to be wealthier and fancier and more put together, and they're supposed to be the leaders. The people are the leaders. That's supposed to be the point here. The people are supposed to be the leaders, and we're just supposed to be, and by that I mean I am just supposed to be your representative in Congress, bringing your voice and your concerns and your ideas to the Congress floor. That fundamentally tells you most of what you need to know about our campaign platform. But I also, as you can see, love to talk about politics and love to write about politics. So our platform on our website is incredibly in-depth. It goes through our entire platform and what we want to do on every policy stance, and we'd love to hear your thoughts on it. So yeah, check us out.
I cannot thank you enough for this amount of time. I am beyond grateful for Jennifer for getting us connected and for you taking this level of time and in depth. And I think, it's only good for the process when we can have this level of depth of conversation and depth of detail, and just it can get a tiny bit wonky at times, but it doesn't always have to. And folks deserve to know more than just voting. Yes. DC. Yeah, sure. There's more to it.
Yeah.
We're a complex country, and our issues are complex and the answers are complex.
Exactly.
And it's more than just, make America great again. And it's more than just lock her up. I mean, there's just a little bit more to it than that.
Just a bit.
A little more depth to it than that.
So
I'm very grateful for your patience and for you being here for this long and being willing to get into that kind of depth. And one thing that I do tell every guest that's been here, and I've been fortunate enough to have some sort of past affiliation or friendship or something with the overwhelming majority of my guests, not all, but most. You are a new friend, but you are a friend, and I am absolutely thrilled to have you here for this long and for this quality of conversation. And I do mean this. I absolutely make a very strong point of it for every single person that ever comes here. I got bad news for you. You're in the family now. And
Well, I'm happy to be in the family.
you are part of the Kennedy Effect family, and I very, very much hope, and I mean this with all my heart, that this is not the only time that you grace us with your presence. If there is something else that's coming up in the campaign, or you have I can't imagine you having an empty Sunday night again as this campaign progresses, but if you should for some reason,
fair.
I hope that you will visit us again, or even if you like Jordy, you're driving from campaign stops and you just you're kind enough to listen on a Sunday evening and something just strikes a chord with you and you've got to jump in and say something about it, then you call us and you do that. But please do not let this be the only time that we see you. You have an open door here. You're part of the Kennedy Effect family, and we want you to feel welcome to return in whatever capacity you wish to do so. And I'll tell you what, if you end up in Congress, you better come back.
I definitely will. I am looking.
Even my own hometown congresswoman won't come in this program. So when you get elected, I want you to come here, because I would like to think you feel that it's been a fair conversation. Damn right, there was tough questions, but it's been a fair conversation. There's no gotchas in there. I'm not sure what she's afraid of, but she won't come on. But that said, that's a different topic. I do hope you will return. And Jennifer as well. We don't have to have candidates. It's interesting. It would be interesting to get the perspective of someone who's behind it and watching it from a different perspective and see what's going on with that. I'll have to talk to her about that, but please come back and see us again.
Definitely. This was fantastic. I always love talking politics. So yeah, I definitely look forward to, in one way or another, coming back to the show.
Thanks so much. That's Mikayla Ridley, Democratic candidate for the United States House of Representatives from New York State's currently 22nd district.
We'll see what we are.
We'll see where she ends up.
At the moment.
That's it for right now. We'll chalk that up for right. We're going to say 22 as long as it lasts. That is it for us, folks. I think you've had quite enough. It's been 4 hours. It's 9:06 Eastern time. Let me again remind you, if you missed any of tonight's program, the best place to go would be really 3 places. Anywhere that we have shared it across Facebook, especially our home group Facebook page for the program, That Other Side of Information. And of course, after George has the opportunity to convert the program over, it will be at our YouTube channel, which is also called That Other Side of Information. YouTube has become, you can find every single episode of the Kennedy Effect at our YouTube channel, That Other Side of Information. And to be blunt, there's a couple of stinkers in there, but there's some really good ones too. All of our episodes from episode 1, from the very debut of the program, are at our YouTube channel, That Other Side of Information. We will not see you next week. It is the 4th of July. We beg you a very happy, pleasurable, fun, but safe 4th of July holiday weekend. I'm actually off on Monday. I might do something really stinking crazy, like sleep. I'm sure you can all keep up with me. I hope you can all keep up with me. I might actually sleep in. We will not be with you next week. It's the 4th of July. We wish you all the best. This is a very different, I think, Independence Day weekend. It is independence from what we hope turning the corner on a lot of bad things, not the least of which is the pandemic. By God, I beg you, please get vaccinated. If they had stuck me with 10 needles, I would have took it. The sense of relief that I got from being vaccinated, I cannot tell you. It is It's just something I did not expect. We've all had vaccinations for one thing or another. We've had them for polio, for measles, for mumps. We've had flu shots. Just this is not any different. Simply because it came out so quickly, it is still based on tried and true, tested, confirmed, decades-long science. I'm just the same guy I was than before I got vaccinated, except now I'm vaccinated. And if I have to take a booster, I'll be one of the first ones in line. I'd be thrilled to do it. We go out to dinner. We can go to sporting events. We walk the streets. We sometimes forget masks because we know we're safe. I want you to join us in that crowd. Be part of it. This is something that we all have to do together as a society, as a community, as a country. And don't let anybody tell you any different. We are exactly all those things. Reagan tried to tell you that we were not a community, that we were not a nation. We were not a society, that we were a group of rugged individualists. Balls on that. Crap on that. We are a society. If my house burns, my neighbor is in trouble. And if his house burns, I'm in trouble. And if he needs help or she needs help, I want to be there to help them. And I would hope they would do the same for me. That's called a community. It's called a society. We have our towns, our villages, our townships, our counties, our states, and our nation and our planet. It's the only planet we have. Please stop having arguments and start having conversations. All the tearing apart, all the segmentation, all of the whispers and the you need to be afraid of that one and be afraid of that one and be afraid. No, that's not who we are. We are better than that. Disagree? Absolutely. There are many, many issues in our country, and we can disagree on the policy solutions to all of them. But at the end of the day, when you need help, I want to be there. And if I need help, I want you to be there for me. If you have elderly neighbors, senior neighbors, knock on the door. Ask them if they need anything. Do they need groceries? Do they need the grass cut? Do they need help with the air conditioning? Do they not have air conditioning if you're in hot sections of the country? And almost the entire country is in deep heat right now. Then invite them over. Let's help each other out. Let's rebuild the ties that bind us. Let's refocus on the things that we can agree on and that will make it so much easier for us to fix the things that we may not agree on. It all starts with conversations. We are all Americans. At the end of the day, we are all Americans, and all of our ancestors came here for a reason, and we are the living embodiment of those reasons. Let's fulfill those reasons again. We can do these things. We can. Robert Kennedy said that many people look at a certain, I'm butchering the quote, some people look at a tough situation and say, we can't do that. I look at it and I say, we can. So let's be the country of we can again. Let's be the communities and the neighbors of we can again. We can do this and we can do it together. So for now, I will say good night to you. I deeply appreciate every single one of you being here all across Facebook. And of course, our sisters and brothers and family at hot101.net. For April Riddick, the woman who is top echelon there at hot101.net, got us on hot101.net. For DJ Lex and DJ Earl, our family at hot101.net. For Kristen, for George Dare, Lynn Dare, and finally me, Jeff Kennedy. Thanks for being here. Please take care. You see me staring, looking for the mouse because I'm going to stop the live stream. That wasn't very slick. Please take care of yourselves and each other. We will miss you on the 4th of July. Please have a happy one, and we will see you again on July 11th. Until then, take care.